Okay, Israel, shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shabbat shalom. We're back at it. Hope everybody is doing well. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala. And the brothers and sisters he's responsible for are from Cali all the way to Georgia. Hope you all brothers and sisters doing well today. Also, shout out SOW family, Kazaki in Virginia, Quatazop in Houston, Texas, and also Zion in Rochester, New York. We're going to get rocking and rolling on Sabbath class today, but first we're going to send our prayers up and our praises to the Most High. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nathan Lanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Sawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
No, not yet.
Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nathan Lanawa. Raya. Naya Kaka. Sawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
You know what? We messed up. The east is that way.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim. Yeah. We can do the front for the beginning part, and then do the prayers this way. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Hawa. Nathan Lanawa. Shabbat shalom. I'm sorry. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalm 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Paharya. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yonathan. Ramawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamoyah. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yeshan. Shashawamar. Yashrala. Yahweh. Shemoria. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayah. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemat. Yala'ah. Hakayat. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashmarya. Makal. Rad. Yashmar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashmar. Hawalakya. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai. Iwalam. Aman.
Psalm 21 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thee going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yashrala. Yahweh. Alahayim Nawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashrala. Yahweh. Alahayim Nawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashrala. Yahweh. Alahayim Nawa. Yahweh. Achad.
Hear, O Israel, our power, he is one.
That's what it says. Normally, somebody just goes to sit down. Do it right.
Okay.
That's what it is. Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shamka. Yahweh. Malakwivka. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Baratazah. Kawah. Hayah. Bashuwayim. Nathalanawa. Lacham. Kol. Yawam. Wasalachanawa. Chalbachanawa. Kasalachanawa. Chalbachanawa. Wala'ah. Nabiyanawa. Wanasawan. Abo. Habushaynawa. Mayan. Rad. Hayat. Lakah. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapara. La'amalanyam. Amen.
The Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, ever and ever. Amen.
Okay. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya. Lakah. Alahaya. Acharya. Aya. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Ta'ayna. Lakah. Saw. Wala'ah. Ta'aybana.
Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Talach. Shab. Yahweh. Bashuwa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Baratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'ayna. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Ta'chamar. Kol. Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatei Ha'al B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel, Yeshabyim. Put this back. Okay, y'all. It took us some time to get through chapter 9. It took us a long time to get us through chapter 9. Shalom, everybody online. Hope everybody is having a blessed Shabbat. And so back to the point. It took us a long time to get through chapter 9 of First Maccabees, but there was a lot of meat there, so we wanted to take our time to illustrate the Most High's message. What else? And that 3-week layoff didn't help anything either. But now we're in chapter 10 of First Maccabees, and the Most High just continues to open up more understanding as we continue to move forward. Matter of fact, Aya, can you cut that light on over there? It's a little, the light's a little off.
It's a little cold.
The water. Right.
Yeah.
There it is. Now we're back to light. Now it feels better. See, now this is a good thing, right? It felt like it was kind of dark before. Did you have it on yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I'll make sure. Part of me didn't think you wanted to have it on. I thought you would protest that.
I didn't want to.
Anyway, okay. It's good for the camera. Okay, so let's do First Maccabees chapter 10. All right, let's get you saluted in.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah, Amash. Well, how about Shemya Shabbatah?
How about Shemya Shabbatah?
Let's we're in the auditorium.
Yeah.
In the background.
Yeah. Sounds better.
Okay. So let's do this. First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 1, sir.
Come. First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 1. In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antioch, surnamed Epiphany.
Stop. Okay, so now we're moving down the line in succession of time. Demetrius is the king of the Seleucid dynasty. Okay. He's in Antioch. Demetrius is his name. He was from Antiochus Epiphanes' brother's line. So now there's another guy named Alexander, who claimed that his lineage was from Alexander, or not Alexander, I'm sorry. His name is Alexander. He claims his father was Antiochus Epiphanes. Now this guy that's being introduced, his name is Alexander Balas. Alexander Balas, he's an Edomite, but he claims that his lineage ties back into Antiochus Epiphanes' line. So that automatically initiates a dispute for the throne. Now there's a dispute for the throne initiating in the kingdom. Just want to make sure we're getting this. Now, we've already read last week's class. We went through pretty much the entire chapter of 9 and went into how Jonathan's men, they headed foothills, they took a loss. They were valiant, they tried, but the Most High didn't allow them to win that victory against Demetrius, which was the understudy, not Demetrius, but Demetrius' men, Bacchides. Yeah. The general Bacchides, who was working for Demetrius. I'm throwing these names out because it's important that we keep this in context. Yeah. Just once again, Demetrius is the present day leader of the Seleucid line. Now you have this guy named Alexander Balas, came right in time. A guy named Alexander Balas. He feels he has a right to the throne as well. So now there's the beginnings of a clash that's about to kind of happen amongst these two individuals fighting for the throne in Antioch. So read verse 1 again from the top.
First Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 1.
That flame.
In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, went up and took Ptolemais, for the people had received him, by means whereof he reigned there. Now,
so hold on. What this is saying, you still had the Greek Empire was split up in two factions. You had the Ptolemaic Empire, which is in Egypt, and then you had the Seleucid lineage that was in Antioch and covered all of Asia and Asia Minor for the most part. I want to kind of find a picture that can express that if I have any. Let me see if I have any images that I can do to show just a quick reminder of what this empire looked like. I don't want to take a whole lot of time. I don't know if there is, at least on this part. Give me 1/2 a second. Maybe I can find something. Because I don't want to take too much time. And these maps that we're providing, they are truly, they're fluid in regards to how consistent they are now. Like, for instance, I'm putting this one up right now. And the blue, or the purplish blue, is in Egypt. That purplish blue land is still talking about the Ptolemaic dynasty. Okay? Now, the map you're seeing now is when the Greek Empire was split in 4 and 5 different people different regions. So you can't really go off of the map as it is. But when you talk about Ptolemy is still pretty much tried and true. What's different is the yellow. The yellow, which is to the Seleucid line, they don't have as much power and traction going eastward as they once did. But they still have control over Antioch. Well, you see that light or that sign where it says Asia Minor? Asia Minor is in like present day Turkey. They still have control over that region. Asia Minor, all the way down to the Levant. The Levant is the Philistine Empire, the Tyrians, Idonians, the Syrians, Israel, and Babylon. They still have jurisdiction over that landmass. Okay, so we're really talking about just the Ptolemies, the Ptolemaic dynasty, and the Seleucid dynasty. Everything like from the east of Asia Minor is now in the jurisdiction of the Roman Empire. Rome is still a major factor at this time, even to the point where the Ptolemies are under subjection to the Romans to a degree. They're paying them. They're serfs to them. But anyway, long story short, just keep that in mind as we're talking about the Ptolemies and the Seleucids. Read verse 1 again.
First Maccabees 10:1. In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes.
So this guy, his name is Alexander Balas, and he claims to be of the lineage of Antiochus Epiphanes. Historians say that he didn't really have the rightful position to take that spot, but whatever he proved to the Ptolemies and the Egyptians, they bought it. Continue.
Says, went up and took Ptolemaeus.
Now we're going to read in the Josephus a little bit better of an explanation what it meant how he took Ptolemaeus. He took the region and realm of the Egyptians. The Egyptians and the Ptolemies were willing to back him because the Ptolemies were still in subjection to many different nations. They were still in subjection to Demetrius, who was the present king of Antioch, and they were still paying tariffs and having to split some of their grain crops to the Romans. Mm-hmm. So the Ptolemies were in a vassal position, and they made the political decision to back Alexander Balas over King Demetrius in Antioch. And we're going to go into depth to explain why they did that, because Josephus kind of explains that Alexander Balas just took the empire. He didn't have to do too much force, and he had to do too much fighting to actually gain it. And we're going to explain why in a second. But continue in verse 1, sir. One more time from the top.
God. In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, went up and took Ptolemaeus. For the people have received him, by means whereof he reigned there.
So even Demetrius, before he took out his brother, he was in Cyprus or near Rome, collected his army, and then invaded Antioch and took the 10-year-old king many years ago. So just like in Edomite empires, there's always this seismic shift, this power dynamic that's always going on. And whether it's the Jews or the surrounding nations are always subject to the consequences of the fallout between these warring Edomite families and factions. Yeah. Just like we read about in Daniel's 11. Daniel's 11 really just chronicled all the sufferings we had to go through while the Greeks were hammering out their position, hammering out their
differences,
land domination, and their control over their jurisdictions. Well, we're going to read today about how the Most High allowed this Edomite black-on-black crime.
Greek-on-Greek crime?
Listen, Greek-on-Greek crime is a thing. It's a real thing. It wasn't just for black people.
Hey, put the guns down.
Yeah, listen. Stop the violence.
Stop the violence.
Self-destruction. We're headed for self-destruction.
You're going to hurt yourself. I can't just get along.
Now, when it comes to money,
they bleed red just like you.
That's hilarious. when it comes to money, he's like, forget this, we're going to afford that. Because listen, you don't think it's white on white crime in Ukraine? It's white on white crime in Ukraine. They don't give a damn.
That must be
a million Ukrainians are under the ground
for lithium.
For lithium and cobalt and all that good stuff. Huh? They got good minerals out there in Ukraine.
They put a bank for that.
It's trillions of dollars worth of what do you call it? What do they call it? What these are called? They call them rare earth minerals.
Yeah. Oh, rare earth.
Listen, what's funny is like Trump is literally sounding like a Roman dictator. Right? He's like, yes, we did it for the oil. We're out here in Venezuela for the oil. We retrieve the oil. Yeah. We're going to control the region until all the oil is. They said this. Him and Rubio said this. They said, listen, we're going to take over the regime. We're going to stay in Venezuela until we're going to take all the crude oil. We're going to sell it at market price, get the profits, and then distribute the money how we feel is best. Yeah. That is the definition of being a crime boss. Huh? That is the definition. At least back in the day where it was Dirty Joe or it was Reagan, they said we're pursuing it. We're going to liberate these countries. They at least said we're going to liberate them. This guy said no. We're going to have our guys running Venezuela.
They said for about a year.
They said as long as it takes.
Yeah.
We're going to take this crude oil, we're going to sell it, and then we're going to decide how much we give back to them for their oil. I'm like, wowzers. We're going to take your stuff and then decide how much we want to give it back for you for your stuff.
They said Colombia next.
Yeah, they said Colombia and Mexico. It sounds like hit them up like it's Tupac. Huh? Yeah. Like, I'm coming after you, and you're like, damn, coming after you and you too.
And if you're down with death row.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Huh? Cheeto XL. Yeah. Like, I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, he's going at people, huh?
The desperation, though.
Well, the funny thing is the scripture talks about that where it says he becomes more like his nature because he knows he only has so much time left. I keep thinking about that. Listen, they're turning more and more into these predators that they are because they can't hide it no more. They can't hide it, and they're going to stop hiding. They're going to stop playing this game. Yes, sis?
And that's these ICE people, these ICE agents.
Yeah.
They're feeding off of that spirit
that he's
got.
Yeah.
Of just taking control and nobody matters.
Yeah. Because now people are emboldened to sit back and be who they really want to be. Right. They want to be these crime bosses and be bold about it. They want to take it back. Like what's his name? ODB. He want to take it back to 79.
Yeah.
Listen, these guys want to take it back to the 1800s, huh?
Yeah.
They want to take it back. They keep talking about the Monroe Doctrine.
Still colonizing.
Monroe Doctrine, huh? That's crazy. Don't come over here. Don't set trip over here in Americas. That's what they're saying. That's what the Monroe Doctrine was. Don't come over here with the Americas. Yeah. Don't come over here mobbing on us. Yeah. Trying to take our oil and gold and silver.
They're trying to block.
How dare you take our sugar?
They're trying to block China
and our fruit.
Yep.
Don't take none of us. This is ours. All this is ours. Well, that's crazy talk.
China beat them to Africa. They learned from that.
Well, and that's what they're saying. Listen, all of it is Venezuela. Don't forget, the funny thing is that there's only like 3 refineries in the entire United States, maybe 2, that can actually break down the crude oil in Venezuela because it's not sweet crude. There's only like 1 or 2 refineries, and it's in Corpus Christi.
Oh, wow.
That can actually break down the crude in Venezuela.
Wow.
So it's not like they can break it down in the States. And what's happening is the oil companies are telling Trump, listen, man, we don't want to spend millions of dollars to fix the infrastructure in Venezuela because it's taking too much of a risk that we might lose in our investment. So they're saying we need the United States subsidies to help fix the oil refineries because the oil refineries are outdated in Venezuela. So they're saying we want y'all to pay for the repairs.
Who's going to do it? Exxon?
Shell and Exxon. Now Shell, how about Shell is what? You know Shell is British? Shell is British. It is British Petroleum. BP, British Petroleum. BP and Shell is British. Exxon is United States. Point is, they're all in cahoots together. But they still don't have the refinery capacity to break down the crude. China did. And like Dawiya was saying is, this move was just as much about making money as breaking China. Because that's really what United States foreign policy is all about doing. What they're trying to do is say, listen, Europe, you guys fend off Russia while we break China. This is the only way we're going to survive. The Chinese delegation was there the night they picked up Maduro in his Nike suit.
Yeah.
You know that gray Nike suit, like sold out at the Nike jumpsuit he had, I sold out overnight.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like a Nike jumpsuit. He was. They put him in bracelets and paraded him around the city for a little bit in a Nike jumpsuit.
All rappers.
All sold out.
All rappers.
Why would it sell out?
Because people are like that. It was a Nike. It was a clean. It was kind of dope. It was a clean looking Nike jumpsuit. And they said, "Yeah, I like that. Give me that. I want two." He
did look good. He did look fresh. I ain't gonna lie.
But everybody bought that gray jumpsuit.
That's crazy.
It's the truth. But what am I trying to say? Just on a geopolitical level, they are really showing themselves, just like they showed themselves during the time of the Solution Empire. Got to bring it back now, right?
Nike Tech Fit. The full Nike Tech.
Okay, come on. You're too late on them. I was talking about the Nike Tech like a minute or two ago. We back on the Solution Empire now, right? We were just correlating. We were correlating how they're acting like they're Alexander Ballas and Demetrius that we're talking about. Listen, we got to segment it back. I got to talk about it and bring it back to the present day.
Vance, man.
JD Vance is damn Demetrius. No, he's not. But yeah, you get my point.
Pete Hex said this. That guy's a trip.
Well, listen, online they call all these guys they're like Hexef and Rubio and these guys. They call them real estate agents, huh? because they go to these countries and they just pick out the properties that they want. I can take them and buy and sell them. That's what they are. He says these guys are real estate agents. They go to these countries and they're just
Who's real estate agent?
All these Rubio and Hexef, all these guys, all these foreign diplomats. They just go to these countries and pick out what they want to buy. I can take them. They're agents, huh? They're real estate agents, and it makes complete sense because they are. They just went to Venezuela and said, "Oh, I like that. I like the oil refinery. I think we'll have one of those. I think we'll have all of them. We'll buy it. We'll take them. But what's your money? No, we're just going to take them." Anyway, that whole Venezuela thing is not over, by the way. They're still fighting in Venezuela, and the lady that took over, she's actually not giving in yet. So it's not over.
She was the vice president.
She was the vice president. And there's different rumors out there that Maduro was going to fold and was negotiating pretty much to all of Trump's demands. And the people that were in Venezuela were like, listen, if you're going to fold, then get the hell out of here. They won't sit back here and get you out of here. This is why you notice nobody fought for him in Venezuela. The only people that died were the Cuban security guards that he had. Because the reason the Cuban security guards were there because Maduro was a Cuban guy, was a Cuba guy.
Okay.
He was in Cuba's pocket.
That makes sense.
Because he was giving deals on oil and helping to sustain the blockaded Cuban government. And many people in Venezuela were like, you know what? You're looking after Cuba more than us. And you're trying to sit back here and keep your power, and you're giving Trump everything he wants. So give him up anyway. So that's kind of what's going down in the grapevine. Everything hasn't come out in the open yet. But what I do know is Venezuela hasn't bent the knee yet. They haven't fallen out yet. Everything this way, sis. It's this way. But everything hasn't materialized yet. So we're going to kind of keep our eyes on that. But back to our topic. We have King Demetrius in power, like we talked about. Now we have this guy Alexander Ballas, that he's in Egypt, and the Egyptians are backing Alexander Ballas. So now we have all the nations in the Levant are in the middle of this war between these two opposing forces. Now, before we go into what Jonathan and his men are going to do in response to this war that's brewing, let's go into why the Ptolemies even allowed Alexander Ballas to even take this position and threaten the Seleucid Empire. So, read verse 1 and 2 again.
First Maccabees, chapter 10, and verse 1. In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, went up and took Ptolemais. For the people had received him, by means whereof he reigned there. Now when King Demetrius heard thereof, he gathered together an exceeding great host and went forth against him to fight.
So all it's saying is, while Demetrius is in Antioch, he hears of Alexander Ballas, and the threat is real. The threat is real enough to where he has to start gathering men, hiring paid men, hiring militiamen, hiring mercenaries, getting all of his forces together to deal with this damn Ballas guy that's threatening his reign. But it doesn't go into the why. The Josephus gives a clear example as to why the Ptolemies were so quick just to feed into Alexander Ballas and these quote-unquote possible claims that he was like Eazy-E's son or something like that. Yeah, I'm joking. You get my point.
Ice Cube son?
Yeah, Ice Cube. I said Eazy-E's son. You remember, there's when these guys like are the son of this great rapper, then they expect him to be a rapper. Right?
Yeah,
not that good. That's what
they're not good rappers.
They're not good.
There's only one good rapper I saw that was the son of a rapper. Not Master P's son. He wasn't that. Romeo
Percy
wasn't
Miller,
Romeo wasn't that good at.
He wasn't. He wasn't good.
Big Pun's son, Chris Rivers, amazing.
Why am I bringing this up? I brought it to lighten up the point, but sometimes everybody expects the son to be that much more dynamic.
Or Jordan's son.
Wasn't good at all.
He wasn't that talented.
No.
Bronny. How about little Bronny?
Listen, he's only in the league because of his daddy. He scored 2 points a game in college. How do you go score average 2 points a game in college? You don't have any measurables, and you go and get a guaranteed contract?
In Lakerville?
No way. A guaranteed contract? And he only played, listen, this is like his third year in the league. Like, what are you doing? You're doing nothing. Everybody else would have been in the G League, not even made the G League at 2 points a game. You're just 6'3", playing the shooting guard? Anyway, let's roll it back.
I think we can get there for 2 points a game.
Not with the knee I got. I ain't doing nothing. I can't play defense right now. There's no way. I can't defend. Get him off the court. Jump shot isn't that way. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore.
Calm.
Just saying, I can't play. Listen, I want to say I can't play any back-to-backs.
Yeah.
I like LeBron. No back-to-backs, only home games.
Only home games. Reduced schedule.
Yes, hell yeah. I'm like Embiid.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going. Let's go to Josephus, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1. We're going to just read the first quarter of paragraph 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Give me the beginning part 2, where it says how Alexander Bala. It's right there. I don't know your book has it. Maybe your Josephus doesn't have it. You don't.
Oh, yeah, I see
it doesn't happen.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, kind of. It says, how Alexander Bala, in his war with Demetrius, granted Jonathan many advantages and appointed him to be high priest.
Oh, no, don't do that. I gave him, there's too much information there. Yeah. Just keep going. Just start at paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1. Now, in the 160th year, it fell out that Alexander, the son of Antiochus.
Stop. There is a there under there. There's supposed to be an apostrophe or an asterisk there.
Yes.
Read that at the bottom.
It says this Alexander Bala, who certainly pretended to be the son of Antiochus.
He pretended that?
Yeah.
I thought he was doing some that kind of stuff.
That's what he was
just pop up out of nowhere.
But the problem is, how you gonna prove the papers? How you gonna prove it? They don't have no like 23andMe back then.
They didn't have that.
There was no 23andMe. There was no DNA test.
He put a Nigerian scam out.
He was a Nigerian scammer. My friend, I have $5 million that I have to give to you because I trust, and if I give it to you, you'll actually send it back to me. Like, come on, listen, what idiot would buy that deal?
People bought it all the time. Right? It made a lot of money.
The funny thing is, we get on our emails with isbhpk at Yahoo. We get those scams in Hebrew. They're like, my friend.
Yeah.
Listen, because of our shared beliefs, I trust that if I give you $10 million, that you would give me back the $10 million. I am a widow and I have $10 million, but it's so many things tied up in the money that I can send it to you, and if you just give me back a portion, brother, like, oh come on, this is you can tell, like, what is this guy saying? All he did, or she, or whatever.
The charities that we get all the time.
Yes.
There's 3 children in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, Tel Aviv, they were born by the evil the Palestinian army. Please send this money to us.
They partying in Tel Aviv.
I know, and they're partying, and they're partying when they're sitting back here taking advantage of those people. But we got to be careful. Don't want to take too much online. Then they'll sit back here and they'll zip us. So, point is this.
Community guidelines have said.
Listen. Alexander Bolus is catfishing the people out.
He catfished back then.
This is catfishing.
But it's brilliant though.
Because all you got to do is you got to just fake it out. You got to fake it. You have an army. You have some people. You have a little money on your side. And all of a sudden,
this is where.
But it wouldn't have worked if Demetrius wasn't doing certain things that made the people discontented with him, and that's what we're going to go into.
Well, this is fake it till you make it part 1. This way it works.
Fake it till you make it part 1.
Yeah, he faked it till you made it. He made something out of nothing.
I don't agree with that philosophy in life.
I don't believe either.
Fake it till you make it. So God bless you because you're faking it out.
He's faking it out. He's making it. I'm of the anti-ocean line.
I guess you're right. And the Most High allowed it to happen.
He scammed that.
He scammed that. He's a scammer, right? Well, let's continue.
God says, this Alexander Bala, who certainly pretended to be the son of Antiochus Epiphanes, and was owned for such by the Jews and Romans and many others, and yet is by several historians deemed to be a counterfeit and of no family at all, is, however, by Josephus believed to have been the real son of that Antiochus, and by him always spoken of accordingly.
Well, listen, you got to understand. Maybe he was just from a concubine of Antiochus. Because a lot of times, if you didn't come from the legitimate mother, then you weren't classified as a real son.
Okay.
So he could have the blood of Antiochus, but not be of the royal line.
Okay.
And because those people were also fighting and vying for a position as well. Just because they were quote unquote illegitimate doesn't mean that they didn't have the blood of their father in them.
That's true.
So who knows? So we weren't there. It could have been a catfish scheme, though. Let's continue.
And truly, since the original contemporary and authentic author of the first book of Maccabees, chapter 10, verse 1, calls him by his father's name, Epiphanes, and says he was the son of Antiochus.
Because what they're saying is, it's even written in First Maccabees, and First Maccabees is always known as the more accurate of the 2 Maccabean books. They're saying First Maccabees because it was written in the First Maccabees as if he was the son of Antiochus Epiphanes, just means that, hey, there's a greater probability that he was actually legitimately of the lineage of Antiochus Epiphanes. Continue.
I suppose the other writers, who are all much later, are not to be followed against such evidence. Though, perhaps, Epiphanes might have him by a woman of no family. The king of Egypt.
And that's what we just said. He might have sat back here and had a woman that didn't have any noble status, but it still could have been Antiochus' father. And those people weren't classified as being legitimate. Read on.
It says, the king of Egypt also, Philometor, soon gave him his daughter in marriage. And
we're going to read that later on, that the king of the Ptolemies, Philometor, gave him one of those Cleopatra broads. And that was a way of showing.
So there's more than one Cleopatra.
There's plenty of Cleopatras.
There you go.
And contrary to what people think, everybody says, well, what was that white woman that was a Cleopatra?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Liz Taylor. All your pro-black, black folks. But Liz Taylor was Cleopatra wasn't no white woman. She was black. That's not true. Cleopatra was white. Cleopatra was always white.
How could you say the image of the black woman and make it a white woman?
There you go. There it is.
This is what the white man does. Whitewashes all the history of Africa.
Yeah. And the kings and queens for the African. Okay, but listen. How about Egypt was ruled by Edomites for a long time? for close to 200 years. Nobody wants to talk about that. And at that time was when Cleopatra names were built and fed on. And then the funny thing is, I'm not going to that.
Was it like a Kardashian thing? Like a Kardashian
No. There was just a royal line of women that were. This is where the Cleopatra thing came in and was crazy. It started with Ptolemy Philadelphus.
Yeah.
Remember Ptolemy Philadelphus married his sister, Arisone?
Yeah.
Philadelphia means family lover, not brotherly love like they talk about the city of brotherly love. No. That's not what it means. Philadelphia does not mean the city of brotherly love. Philadelphia means family love.
What does that mean?
Some old taboo stuff.
Some Appalachian?
Well, it's taboo stuff. And then what happened was, the brothers. Can you open that door? So what was I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, when Ptolemy Philadelphus was married his sister, that was the Egyptians loved that.
Yeah.
Because the Egyptians were into that idolatry too, was into that familial love.
So the Egyptian culture,
because it's based off the deity of that man, that son and that daughter procreating with each other.
Wow.
The Egyptians were heavily into that also, so they kind of bought into that family love thing because that's what they did. So next time you talk to that pro-black Hamitic guy, those Kemetic guys, that's what Kemetic is about. Loving your sister, loving your brother. So next time you want to talk that pro-black stuff, then let's talk about that crap. Because they're definitely into that. Nobody wants to say that though. Nobody wants to talk about that. I don't want none of that Kemetic crap. Anyway, so let's go back. So we get this part. Paragraph 1 again in Josephus.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 13, Chapter 2, Paragraph 1. Now in the 160th year, it fell out that Alexander, the son of Antiochus Epiphanes,
Alexander Balas, or Bala, read on.
Came up into Syria and took Ptolemais.
Yep.
The soldiers having betrayed it to him.
The soldiers gave it to him.
Yeah.
The soldiers that were pro-Demetrius gave the empire to Shamshawan. When you come back, you get the air on because it's going to get hot soon and them kids are going to be in that room. Read that part again. So the soldiers gave it from Demetrius to Alexander Bala. Read on.
Having betrayed it to him, for they were at enmity with Demetrius.
So the soldiers gave it to Alexander Bala because they were pissed off at how Demetrius was running his kingdom. Read on.
On account of his insolence and difficulty of access.
So what's insolence? Look up insolence real quick.
Insolence. Insolence. 1828, Webster Dictionary. It says pride or haughtiness.
So he was full of pride. It couldn't be reasoned with. It couldn't be communicated with. And a lot of times he just turned his back on the needs of his subjects. What else you got for insolence?
Pride or haughtiness manifested in contemptuousness and overbearing treatment of others.
Mm-hmm. So he was overbearing and not considerate to the needs of others. Read on.
Right. It says petulant.
Petulant? Is it petulant?
Petulant.
Mm-hmm.
And it says contempt, impudence.
Like shamelessly bold. So insolence and difficulty of access. That was to Josephus. Let's go back to Josephus now.
Right.
So insolence and difficulty of access, meaning Demetrius was very hard to get in contact with. When you're reading in this paragraph, it's a very important paragraph, I think, in my opinion, and for anybody who wants to lead in general. If you want to lead your office, lead your job, if you want that manager position, if you want to sit back here and lead men, lead women, this is a very important chapter for you to hold on to. He says one of the major reasons that Alexander Bala was even given an opportunity to to usurp Demetrius was that Demetrius was inaccessible. You couldn't even talk to him about problems. A lot of times people want to be the boss, but people don't want to deal with the day-to-day minutia, the day-to-day problems, the day-to-day responsibilities that comes with leadership. You have to be able to give solutions. And to be specific, you have to be prepared to create new systems that can eliminate any problems from happening further down the line. That is an important component of leadership in general. What's very, hey, now I just seen. I want you to read that again.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's that same spirit.
Oh, the same spirit came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did this scheme last time, bro.
What you gonna say now? You gonna cry?
Yeah.
It's the same one from
Demetrius,
last month or a month ago.
That petulant, it says fretfulness or sourness of temper. So it just shows that he had a good temper at all. When he's speaking, he didn't know how to control his temper.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Petulant, it says fretfulness or sourness of temper. So it just shows how he was treating the people.
Yeah.
The kind of temper that he had with his people.
He scans multiple chat rooms. He says that this is a mass text he sends to multiple chat rooms. You go to his main page and he does this on 1,000 different lines. He's in Georgia.
Okay, so I'm sorry I had to type this in because this cat's going online trying to scam money on people, and he does it multiple times, and we're not affiliated with this guy. So where were we at again, Karai? I'm sorry.
We're in line 36 now.
Okay, so read that part again, please do. Where it says the soldiers have having betrayed it to him.
It says, the soldiers having betrayed it to him, for they were at enmity with Demetrius on account of his insolence and difficulty of access.
Listen, the difficulty of access comes from just not wanting to deal with problems. Thinking that problems of the people were beneath him or were aggravated. You can't even be that as a husband. The funny thing is, listen, Israelite husbands are supposed to be served, are supposed to be considered, are supposed to be given respect. But if Israelite husbands aren't even willing to deal with the basic problems, then what the hell are you supposed to be a husband for? What the hell is your job if not to be at least a person who's a problem solver? And then can deal with these day-to-day problems, deal with these day-to-day issues, and at least create positive solutions. That's just on a micro level with the individual family that the Most High gives men the responsibility to deal with. In comparison to a king has to sit back and be responsible for the affairs of the entire nation. Now, does that mean he has to sit back here and literally deal with the problems of every person in the land of Egypt? No. But you have to delegate and communicate with elected officials or chosen officials in all these different regions. And if you're not going to deal with the problem yourself, then you better outsource quality leaders that can help do your job for you. Or maybe you're not ready for the job. Maybe you're not qualified for the job, but you got the job. What Demetrius has shown, Demetrius has shown, he might have had the military expertise to go to war and usurp the man that was over him or that was in power. But he's also showing the lack of a capacity to manage the daily representation of the kingdom. And that's just as important as when you have to sit back here and actually go to war to fight for your country. Let's continue.
It says, line 36.
For he.
Yeah. For he shut himself up in a palace of his that had 4 towers.
What's the towers represent? He said this palace had 4 towers. I would imagine you have the house in the middle,
Yeah.
and the towers are the little military installations on each corner of the house. So what is he showing? I'm protected. I can give 2 damns about what?
Everybody else.
Kind. And this is something that, as dealing in leadership, you can't do. You can't sit here and just be into your house, be at home, and not be proactive with the affairs of the people around you. You just can't live and operate as a leader if you don't take the time to deal with the affairs of everybody around you. Okay? Matter of fact, where are we at? Well, let's finish up the point. Let's keep going.
It says, for he shut himself up in a palace of his that had 4 towers, which he had built himself not far from Antioch, and admitted nobody.
So he wasn't even in the main city Antioch. He kind of got away. Read on. He was in the house on the hills,
Yeah.
right next to Chino. That's where he was. But keep going,
He was withal slothful and negligent about the public
And it
affairs.
still goes back to being slothful about the needs of the body. You can't run an empire. You can't manage a business if you don't know the ins and outs of everything going on with the people that you're responsible for. The question is this: one of the major things you have to look at leadership. Do I look at leadership like it is people, it's their obligation to serve me? Or do I look at my job as a leader as my job is to manage the affairs of the people that I'm responsible for?
Yeah, a leader's supposed to be a servant.
But that's the point. But people don't look at even being a husband as being a servant. Yes, as a husband, you're supposed to be served. But my job is to be served and also to monitor and manage the spirits of the people that I'm responsible for. That is the exchange that I don't know if it's taught enough in the Israelite community or not. People, a lot of young Israelites think I'm just supposed to get a servant. They're supposed to serve me. Maybe my chicken this way. I want my chicken this way. I want my steak cooked this way. Serve me. That's not service. That's not that. This isn't the slave times, right? You still want to sit back here and deal with a person's spirit, deal with their outlook, build them up in strength. In exchange, you're supposed to be served. It goes both ways.
It's only fair, bro.
But whether it's a husband and wife, or it's how you run an empire. The great kings and the great leaders of all time, whether it was the Roman empires, great kings, or great Jewish empires, the same concept was the same. The people had to be considered, or at least be fair, be balanced in judgment. On top of the nation has to reciprocate it with service and fealty and allegiance. But what's happening right here is this guy, Demetrius, stays up in his room. Listen, and I've seen men like that. They get comfortable, things run smooth, and then they stop fighting. This is the scary thing about even where we're at as a camp. This is the scary part. Once you do the work, once you get to a certain point, do you get comfortable? Do you coast? Do you get laxed? And it's super important that you don't get laxed just because times are good.
Well, in my head, we haven't done it.
Because
if you play that,
that's a mental choice.
If you play that, I did something again, it's over.
Everything
collapses.
You want to get power out.
I did it. I accomplished something. I did something. I maintained something. I built something. Well, listen, you built something for that moment.
Yeah.
It's momentary.
Yeah. Well, either you're going to take that mindset, or the whole thing's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure, even in our position, that we stay humble, we stay focused, we stay centered on our goals, so that the Most High can continue to bless us, right?
Or go stagnant and rust out.
Okay.
The Lord hates that.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the point.
And then when you get stagnant, He breaks everything down, and we have to start from scratch.
Back from scratch. We did 1,000 times.
Like we've done 1,000 times. like the nation has done 1,000 times,
Yeah.
and we've done 1,000 times. What was you gonna say?
No, but the concept of that we're required to serve no matter what position you're in, that concept matters.
And Israelites don't teach it
enough. There's no
enough.
position where you don't serve. Generals have to serve. Troopers got to serve. Everybody has to serve.
And this is one of the problems. This is why the Most High isn't so quick to giving the nation their kingdom back.
Yeah.
Because truly, we're not mature enough to even embrace what leadership and service really looks like. We think we do. We talk like we do, but we really don't understand how to live it. How to live a life of leadership and prioritizing what the body needs over what you want.
Selflessness.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So, continuing in Josephus.
Line 36. For he shut himself up in a palace of his that had 4 towers, which he had built himself, not far from Antioch, and admitted nobody.
And he didn't let anybody in. So if he's not letting anybody in, how is he staying on top of the affairs of the kingdom?
It's not.
Listen, whatever he got going on in his palace side, that's all he got. Whether it's women and men, young people, I don't know what the hell he's got going on in that damn
Playing
tower.
cards. He better be playing spades all day.
Whatever he's doing, his little kingdom is in his house. What is he showing you? What is he showing you? You can't grow and just be in your room all damn day long. Whether your room is 10 by 10, 10 by 15, or it's a palace.
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter. That way of operating doesn't work. Why am I even explaining it this way?
This is Demetrius or this is
This is Demetrius.
Okay.
This is King Demetrius, the one that's in power as we speak. Not the guy who may or may not have been the son of Antiochus Epiphanes. The reason I'm taking my time on this point is Demetrius. Hold what you got, and go to 1 Maccabees chapter 7, verse 1.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 1. In the 150th year, Demetrius, the son of Seleucus.
So, this guy Demetrius, before he got into power, his father was Seleucus IV, the man that was in power, the man that Antiochus Epiphanes killed to get in power.
Come.
Right? Now, the Seleucid Empire at this time were still vassals to the Roman Empire.
Come.
It's an important point I'm driving. Continue.
It says, in the 150th year, Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, departed from Rome and came up.
So he departed from Rome. What does that mean? How was Demetrius' life? Pretty much for the majority of Demetrius' life. Because when Seleucus came into power, in order for Seleucus to keep his position, somebody from the family line of the Seleucid Empire had to be a hostage at Rome. Which means what? They couldn't have the freedom to roam and do what they wanted to do. Somebody of the Seleucid line had to be, quote unquote, a prisoner or a ransom in Rome. Many chapters before, when Antiochus III was running his empire, who was a prisoner in Rome back then? It was Antiochus Epiphanes. Why am I explaining this? Why am I taking my time to explain this? Before Demetrius became the king, he was isolated where? He was isolated in Rome. So he took his isolated life and approach that was in Rome and took that isolationism to where? To Antioch.
Okay.
So obviously, whatever happened in Rome for Demetrius helped feed or create that isolationism in him. And then he took that isolationism and went to Rome, Antioch, Turkey with it, and it ended up being his what? Demise. Because you can't be a hermit and lead. You can't be this individual, one-minded person and lead anything and anybody. Whether it's an empire, or you can't be this isolationist and actually be a husband. You can't be this social recluse and be a wife. This is for us, for those of us who want to sit back here and just hide in your room and escape from the world. Men, women, it don't matter. It doesn't work. This guy might have had a disgust for the peons, but there's many kings that have a disgust for the peons and still can run their empire. Mm-hmm. What was this guy's downfall? He just stayed in this damn house too long. He stayed isolated and away from everybody.
Disconnected.
You can't sit back here and lead and help anybody being isolated from the world. The things written aforetime are written for your what?
Learning.
It's important to pull and extract as much as you can from all these situations. Do we know the Most High is having these things work so that the nation can be preserved? Obviously. But what can you retrieve from this lesson?
Bad habits versus good habits.
And this is what
Bad
how
approaches versus good
empires
approaches.
fall, how households fall. You know how many households I've seen fall because men just don't like to be responsible for other people? How many households I've seen fall because men want to be to themselves and they got to sit back here. Men want to be into their own little world, their own little job, their own little calling, but they don't want to have to deal with all the other responsibilities that comes with getting quote-unquote blessings. What good is getting blessed with a car, but you don't want to ever change your oil? What kind of dumb stuff is that? The only people that can get away with that are Arabs. Ishmael buys Mercedes. If you ever go to like Saudi Arabia, you'll see Mercedes all on the highways.
Later now.
Ishmael will sit back and drive a car until it stops working. Why does this car not work?
Yeah.
Huh? That's what I'm doing.
Not a good vehicle.
Listen, literally in Arabia, they will sit back and drive out, and there's a service that just, you just make a phone call, somebody will come to wherever the car is at and fill the gas tank up at.
Yeah.
Wow.
They don't go to gas stations.
They don't do that?
No, listen, they just drive.
They have mobile gas.
And then wherever they sit back, say, I just want to stop my car here. Servants, come get fill my gas up.
What is this?
And they go fill the gas up, right? And then they leave.
Gas man.
They leave their keys there, you gas it up, and you go. And they live their life, right?
This is the word.
They don't give two. You know it's about maintaining. Little light, ping, pings coming on the car. Those lights mean something, guys.
What is
That
this?
yellow light that
What
has
is
that
this
mechanic
light?
sign on it, that machine, like, that's a bad thing, guys. You gotta do something about it. You gotta look at that car. You gotta look at that hood. You gotta look at that hood. Like, no, I just drive. I'd buy a new one if it breaks down.
Little camera on the side light that comes on. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't care. Right? They can get away with that. You can't get away with that.
No, you're right.
So we can visualize that with mechanical items. But do we visualize that in regards to the blessings the Most High gives us, people? No. If the Most High blesses you with rank, this is how backwards we are. You're an officer, whatever the hell number. You know, people think, now I get to boss people. Now I'm the boss now. I get to boss people around to give orders. Drop. I outrank you. Drop. You owe me push-ups because you were disrespectful to me. I am the boss of you. You know, kids do it all the time. You're not the boss of me. It's funny. But we act like children because we relish the idea that I'm the boss of you. Versus realizing I'm now responsible for your growth and your spirit. I'm responsible for working on all the issues you got to get worked on. If people really realize what rank really looks like, they might be hesitant to taking on rank. Same thing with ribs. But everybody was rib. What are you going to do? What kind of work are you going to put in to fix this rib? It's not like a Coming to America movie, where she's raised like she's walking like she's your queen to be. It ain't like that. That's not real life. Yeah, walk like a dog, jump on one leg. It's not like that.
Yeah.
That's not realistic. But the fantasy is that she's for me. She's mine. She's mine. Like damn, that's what it is. That's what it is. They're gonna serve me. Damn, can you develop somebody? Can you invest into a person's spirit? No, it is all take. Give me. You want me? You want me? You want me? That's all it is, Anyway, if Demetrius was going to keep his kingdom, he needed to understand it's about a give and take. It's about a giving and a developing, establishing a culture, monitoring issues. You can say what you wanted to say about Antiochus Epiphanes. He was negative. But whenever there was seditions going on, where would he go? He'd go to that country.
He's on it.
And he would squash the issues. Reinforce the people that are serving him. Because that's the job of the leader. You got to sit back and go to these countries and make sure there's no seditions happening. Make sure everybody is in line with the established order. Bring the soldiers in to manage the situations properly. But if nobody ever sees you, you weaken your people. You weaken the people that are dedicating themselves to you. So there is, what am I trying to say? Why did I even bring up the fact that Demetrius was in Rome for a long time? Probably isolated back then. And he's bringing all of his bad isolated habits to his throne. Now he's bringing that isolationism to his new kingdom. And that isolationism is partially why the kingdom is about to fall apart on him. What's the lesson? The lesson is we all are responsible to grow. And we can't bring our bad habits into these new blessings the Most High gives you. Demetrius, okay, he probably was an isolationist person back then. He probably kept to himself back in Rome. Rome might have broke him into that, or he was already this isolated character.
That was his nature.
Well, listen, but what did Jonathan even show us? Jonathan showed us that, okay, something might not be your nature to be. Jonathan was not this super wartime guy. But did he fight battles when he had to? Did he fight wars when he had to? That's the point. This guy, Demetrius, was an isolationist. But that didn't change the fact that he couldn't be that to run his kingdom. What's the lesson for us? Your nature might be to be introverted. But you can't allow yourself to be that person and maintain or earn the blessings you're looking for. Because if you want to get the blessing that you want, or you want to maintain the blessing that you want, what are you going to have to change in you to get it and to keep it? That's what people don't want to understand. The isolationist, I'm going to get you in 1 second, wants a rib, but they're selfish at the same damn time. How can you want a rib, but still want to be selfish? You know what that is? That's pornography.
Yep.
That's what that is.
And explain it.
I want my flesh.
Yeah.
I want to get something, but not give anything back. That's pornography. Men think I can just get this with my flesh and I can just live my life. That's not how life works.
Disconnect. And
live the life I want to live. That's not how the Most High blesses. Men have that sickness. Women have that sickness. I want to be selfish, but get all the benefits of a loving husband. And wonder why you can't keep your husband happy. Because you want to give at the minimal level that you give and just be upset that he's not happy with what you're producing. How about that pressure to come out of yourself goes both ways? And I'm bringing up relationships because that's more of a realistic conversation than talking about the ruling of empires. I'm just using the collapse of Demetrius to explain why marriages collapse, why camp leaders collapse, why parenting scenarios collapse. Because even with children, are you going to play the chief role? Or are you going to invest more than you get? I know a lot of parents that play, you're this junior, you don't be a junior. You don't play the junior role, junior. You don't listen to me, junior. Now, junior, you want to sit back, follow these rules? Okay, cool, man. You can play the junior role. You can invest into that child and build them up. And when the children loves you to the end, because you invested into them. Are you going to sit back here and spend your whole life proving that you're the dad and you deserve respect?
I'm your father.
Or are you going to sit back here and develop that child and put into him, and because you put into that child, he loves you and will always take care of you? What father do you want to be? I've listened to brothers say, yeah, man, I sat back and told my son, Junior, you have to fix this, this, and this, but you got to be a man. It's about being a man. Like, what the hell? About being a man? And you know what that means? In that person's head, do it on your own.
Yeah.
And I'm learning you how to be a man. I'm going to learn you. I'm going to learn you. You got to do this on your own.
That's tough.
It's the truth. It's the truth. I've seen it 1,000 times. And it's this machismo, manly man approach. Junior, you wanted to sit back and follow, Junior. You have to do this and you have to work. You have to work. Like, dude, can you walk this kid through something? Or the father will see a weakness in the son. I mean, you got to get out that weak. You're just being weak, son. You're just being soft. Why are you so soft? Why are you so selfish? Does the Lord do that with you? Why are you so closed-minded? Why are you a narcissist? Nobody asks. Why don't you ask yourself that question? Nobody wants to talk about that. But what am I trying to explain? What am I trying to explain? All I'm saying is you can't come into a new blessing with old ways you don't fix.
Yep, that's true.
Because those old ways that you don't fix will end up being your demise. Demetrius, it was okay to be introverted as a hostage in Rome. You can't bring that introverted nature to Antioch, running an entire empire, and think you can keep this for long. This is why men lose wives, or men never get wives. This is why men lose families. You want to be Genuine the Bachelor. Remember that first album? You want to sit back here and have a bachelor mindset, but you sit back here and got a wife and kids and responsibilities. You can't be that way. How about men don't understand when they become husbands, their life is over, and they become fathers in particular? Because what time do you have, especially if you're an Israelite? You got the camp, the body, your wife and kids. There ain't no you time no more. It's over. But that affects men to the max. And how about if men want to get a second rib? Guess what? That's just more work and sacrifice and less time for you. But do men look at it that way? No. It's accumulation, one-sided accumulation. That's not reality. And are you prepared to split yourself multiple ways and serve multiple directions? It's like if you want to sit back here and control Demetrius, for instance, if he wants to control another jurisdiction, how much of himself is he going to sit back here and separate and detach so that the body of Christ, Demetrius, I'm talking about Demetrius, so that his jurisdiction can run on a greater level? He's running Antioch. He's running Egypt. He's running all of these jurisdictions and he's never around. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. And the funny thing is this. The Bible calls it slothfulness. We can go into the specifics. Oh, you know, even as a little boy, I used to like talking to nobody. I like being in the house, being in my room. I was just a little boy. I didn't know nobody. I didn't know nobody. I was a little boy. I didn't like being in my room, being on computers. I didn't like being with people. I didn't trust people. People were meanies. You can go into all the reasons for not fighting your battles. It's still slothfulness not to fight it. Everybody has a reason to be introverted or overly extroverted. Or, listen, my solution to everything is just running the streets. Or my solution to everything, I just got to escape. I know every lake in the state of Texas. Like, what the hell is going on? You know every lake? East, west, north, you know all of them? You know all the national parks? My God, where are you driving, huh? Either it's that extreme, or you have searched every search online. You know everything online.
You know everything.
You know,
You know it all.
like this.
This is going on, brother. This is the new thing, brother.
Damn, how much surfing? Either you're surfing in your brain or you're surfing out in the streets. It's still a what? You're still not fighting your battle. One way or the other. Either the person that's got carpal tunnel or will eventually have carpal tunnel, you better go out there and fight and talk to people. And the person that knows all the lakes and knows Route 66, knows all those songs out and those jams out, listen, get off Route 66 and get your ass to the house and study the Bible. It's one or the other. These are how extreme we are. Because you're not going to grow if you continue to resort to your weakness. Things keep falling. Things keep falling apart. Your empire in your life falls. You lose your family. This guy is about to lose his kingdom. What are you going to lose because you're afraid to fight you? Listen, it could be your temper. I just want to put my hands on something. I'm so angry. I just want, or it's the angry guy, or I'm just going to cut you off. You're tuned out. You can't play that game. You got to go hit both sides. The extreme guy that wants to put his hands on somebody and choke somebody when they're angry, or the person that wants to be the passive-aggressive tune-out person. They're both sick solutions if you don't know how to break yourself and work on what's inside of you. Because if you don't break what's inside of you, you're going to lose the blessing the Most High gives you. And that's the lesson. And the act of not fighting it is called slothfulness. Yes, sis.
Isn't that goes to go along with being a good steward of things? Like you're saying, the husband has a wife, now he's been elevated to that position, and now he has a wife and children to delegate to be a good steward of the men and continue to grow and develop them as those targets of that ability. And
No, he doesn't give you the ability. You have to ask, seek, and knock for it. It's not like this. It's like, oh, the Spirit is on me to serve now. It's not like that. You have to want it and fight it. Just like it takes women to work to serve. How many of y'all just woke up and said, I just want to serve my husband? And how about when you woke up and said you wanted to serve, what you're good at ain't what he wants? How about that one? That's the one that sucks. But I do this very well. How come you don't love this? I want this. Then you don't love me. That's when you know you're carnal. How about that one? But how come you don't accept this that I give you? This is what I'm good at. The Most High is like, that's not what it takes to serve. You see, I'm not outing you on this one, but you see how we think? This man is supposed to know how to serve me and make these adjustments. He got to make these adjustments. Because how about what the woman is asking from her husband is completely backwards with what he's normally used to doing? You thought about that one? I need you to mind read and understand this and understand that and just understand what I'm going through. You're like, what the hell is going on? I'm not a mind reader. But maybe I can learn to listen better. Maybe I have to sit back and wait till you explain your issue. And it might take longer than what I'm used to. Maybe I have to look past your initial weird conversation and extreme ways of communicating with things so I can get to the point of what you're saying. Maybe I can't be so emotional when you're emotional. Maybe I got to look past your emotion to see what you're really saying. That's not easy for men, because men are used to dealing with. I remember Dave Chappelle was like this. He's like, when men talk, this is how they explain things. I went over there, I saw him, and I punched him in the face, and I went home. But then Dave Chappelle said, for a woman, he's like, well, you got to understand that I was very angry at the time when I went like this. And he was explaining how women express things versus men express things. And it's completely opposite. But you see a woman just expect a man to just adjust and adapt? Well, do you adjust and adapt that way? Then why is it on us to sit back here and be this super provider to understand exactly what the woman wants, and then when the kids want to make these adjustments? That's hard as hell too. Now, we're going to teach that men have to make these adjustments and be accountable, because they do. But how about this? While he's trying to figure out how to be better at what he does, what are you doing? Have you maxed out everything you got to do to please him? Hell no. Just like the man hasn't maxed out everything he has to do to develop his rib. It's pure, hard damn work. And if you don't look at it as work, we're going to float and just be into feelings world and not get anything accomplished. Because for those of us who don't realize, marriage, relationships is about work and sacrifice. And then once you work and sacrifice, the next phase is, how much am I asking too much for who the Lord gave me? How about that one? For what I might want and what he's giving, can I accept what he's giving, knowing he's giving what he can? Because he got to do the same thing. Because that man got to sit back here and say, I might want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I might get 1, 2.5. And can I accept that 2.5 and be appreciative because it came from the Lord? And then maybe in 5 years, that 2.5 will turn to 3. Can you accept that even as a wife? That you might say you want X, Y, Z, and you might only get X, and close to Y. And can you appreciate that was still of the Lord? I'm just, for those of y'all who are just jumping into it, I'm trying to save y'all a bunch of headaches. Learn to appreciate what you got. And whatever extra, hell yeah. Whatever extra on top of that is cherry on top. Because how about the changes aren't as drastic as you think? You're not going to get all these extra things on the wish list that you might be asking for. And while they're figuring those things out, can you be appreciative for what the Most High has given you in that person? If you can do that, your marriage can be maintained and it can grow. But it can only grow based on appreciation. Now, as you're appreciating your partner, it's our job and the Most High's job to keep pushing people to give more. To keep pushing people to understand that you got to give more. Because that's how the family truly takes off. The husband does have to sit back or should spearhead the change. He should. But while he's learning to spearhead the change, can you learn obedience on another level? This is why we always, when we're dealing with counsel, yes, when sisters are complaining about their husbands, or when husbands are complaining about their ribs, what does the answer always go back to? If the sister's complaining about their husband, While you're waiting, are you blameless? And then it goes back to the reverse. If this man is so mad about this wicked woman that God gave him, have you been a perfect example to make it easier for her to change? So why don't you work on being a better example and let the Most High take care of the rest? It goes back to what? Faith and having trust that if you do your part, the Most High will take care of his part. And the funny thing is there's enough crap in you to fix what's inside of you so that whatever the Most High does with the other party, he'll take care of it. But we want to feel like we're what? The victim? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's I've done so much good. I've been trying and trying, and this person don't see the good I'm doing. Anyway, going back to the point, based off the question, Demetrius's problem is not the fact that he's introverted, because the funny thing is the Most High builds his children in different ways. Some people are extroverted, some people are introverted. The demon is that the extroverted person or the introverted person doesn't make the necessary changes to maintain stability in their household. The extroverted person and a lot of times when you think of extroverted person, you think of maybe erratic, inconsistent, up and down, high and low. And the introverted person is very consistent, but always in a shell and not wanting to come out of that shell. Regardless of who you are, the Most High is going to pair you with somebody who's going to force you to come out of who?
Your nature.
Your nature. Why would the Most High bring a clone to you?
Don't be that.
Listen. If one person is like this all day, why would he? If you're a sister, you do this. Then the husband does this, and she's like this. That don't even make sense. Why would the Most High do that craziness, huh? Then the other
Hit me
one person. What's that?
Hit me in the chat, babe.
Yeah. How are we doing today, babe? I'm doing great today, babe. Hey, what the hell's going on?
In the same house.
In the same house. In the same room.
You have to leave in a little bit.
You want something to eat today? I don't want to go outside, so I'll order some DoorDash things. I don't want to go outside. I don't like the outside. I agree. I don't like the outside either. I like being in the room all day long. I love this.
This works. This works. The kid like this. Dad, I'm hungry.
Yeah. The dad's in the room. That's not healthy. That's very sick. That's very sick. Ma. You're not answering the I'm trying to Instagram. I'm trying to direct message. I'm trying to DM Ma.
Cash out.
Yeah, exactly, huh? Bro.
I have to buy a new skin.
Yeah. Listen, it's that or it's the other way. And everybody's always out. There's no cooking at the house. There's nothing at the house. Everything's out, around the streets, huh? That's extreme too. So the Most High sits back here and brings a person that's going to pull you out of you, because the lesson is about you come out of you. Yep. That's the lesson. See, people think that marriage, he's supposed to love me for everything I bring to the table, all the good and the bad. Just love it all. Listen, that's not. Most High says it's about fudge. It's in Proverbs.
Scales?
It's about Proverbs. It's
He hates a false balance.
No. It's about clashing or the coming.
Iron sharpens iron.
Iron sharpens iron. That's it. Iron sharpeneth iron. The Most High sits back here and brings people together to bring out the best of them. That's what marriage is supposed to do. It's supposed to bring out the best of you. But that requires what? Clashing.
Looking at the worst.
It's confrontation. Coming out of yourself.
Revealing the weakness.
Everybody got to come out of themselves to get to the next level. And that's where the work comes in. And that's what the Most High loves. Is when the iron sharpens iron, is that fighting and that struggle comes out. And then the positivity comes out of that struggle. Anyway, so what the Most High was trying to do with Demetrius, you're not wicked for being an introvert or an extrovert, but you can't always rely on that. He had to come out of himself and go to damn Egypt and deal with those damn problems. He didn't do it. Now some guy's about to take over his empire because he was selfish. Because he didn't want to fight his battle and he was slothful. And he's getting punished for being slothful. With that being the case, let's go to Proverbs 19 and 15.
Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 15.
Oh, you got to get out of here, Karai, in a little bit. Finish this up. Proverbs 19 and 15. Let me get it real quick. Read that, sir.
God. Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 15. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep.
Because when you're slothful, when you're not into fighting your battle, he says it casts into a deep sleep. What does that mean? You start to become unaware of what's falling around you, what's deteriorating around you. People want to say, I'm in a rut, I'm in my head, I'm overthinking things, I'm depressed, I'm angry. Whatever word you want to say, it's still about slothfulness. Whatever your sickness is, you have chosen not to go against your sickness. And that lack of willing to fight what's inside of you is slothfulness. And the slothfulness casts a deep sleep.
What's that deep sleep?
That deep sleep is, I'm completely disconnected with the problems around me. I'm disconnected with what's needed around me. This is why you can't be so much in your head, because now you're out of sync with your husband or the person that's looking for relief and comfort in different ways is disconnected with what their husband or the work or the responsibilities the Most High puts in front of you needs. I can't count on my hand how many times I've dealt with sisters who are so much into their depression or their angry or their sadness that they're disconnected from what their kids need, from what their children need, the attention that they need. Happens all the time. The deep sleep is you're just disconnected with what you have to be for the people you're responsible for serving or working with or helping. Or you're so caught up into how you feel, you're not a good sister. You're not there for the sisterhood. Listen, it seems like in our camp, the only time sisters come around is when everybody is gathering, they got to cook, or we start doing sewing meetings again. If there's no sewing meetings, there's no sisters reaching out to nobody. Or not enough. Why? Because people are so caught up in their life, so caught up into how they were offended a year or two ago or 3 years ago, that they forget it's about working with sisters. Just like it's about building with your husband. Do you think it is normal to walk around in a camp and not be comfortable with certain sisters, but only be comfortable with a couple? Who thinks that's right? Who thinks it's okay to only have relationships with 2 or 3 sisters? I'm the only person? Am I the only person who thinks that? But that's the reality of things. But right or wrong. Why is that? People got a deep sleep on them. They're overly consumed with their life and their feelings. And they really don't understand what this is about. It's about working on relationships. Because the more you work on a relationship with people you're not comfortable with, the more you're working on who? Working on you. Your bitterness, your pride, your anger. This is why the Most High has us with each other. This is why the Most High has you run opposites. We run from opposites. You're supposed to embrace the opposites. The opposites, connecting with the opposites, is how you grow in Christ. When you're sitting back here and dealing with the clashes of mentalities, That's how you learn what this Bible is really about. It's the same thing in your marriage. When you deal with those problems that are awkward, it's how you grow. That is literally the definition of what growing pains is. You don't get pains. You don't grow unless you go through pains. Anyway, so read verse 15 again.
Proverbs chapter 19, verse 15. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep, and an idle soul shall suffer hunger.
So what's about to happen to Demetrius? He's about to be hungry or dead because he wants to be idle, not work on himself. This kingdom isn't going to maintain itself forever. We've seen men, whenever camps fall, the leadership is not present around the body as much. They start to disconnect themselves from the needs of the body. That's the first sign you know a camp's about to collapse. The men are not around. It even goes back when you start having multiple camps. If you don't make rotations amongst the camp, how do you really know what's going on? We've experienced scenarios where, listen, if you're in one city and there's problems in another place, why don't you go to that city and see what the problem is? That's the better way to diagnose the solution. You can't be X amount of 1,000 miles away and give counsel and think that's always going to work.
That's what Samuel had to do. Samuel always had a rotation. He had a rotation to go this city, and this city. He lived on a rotation.
He went to these jurisdictions twice a year. And if you do that, you can catch problems. But what does that mean? But if you're going, he was going to all these cities twice a year. So what does that mean? He really didn't have a break. So in order to properly manage the nation, you can't be comfortable. So that means he's always on the road. Once he makes his first rotation, he's going from city to city, right? There's a lot of cities he's got to hit. So by the time he starts at one city and makes it all the way back, it's time to go to the next city, the second time. But that means you're constantly in motion. You're constantly grinding. There's no time for you. There's no breaks. There's little to few vacations. And that should be okay because the empire is stable. What do you care about? Do you care about the stability of the body or your comfort? That's the question everybody got to ask. Because both things can't happen. You can't be comfortable and the empire runs right. Or the camp runs right.
Can serve two masters.
And it's the same thing. Listen, sisters, you can't be comfortable and your husband happy at the same time. That doesn't work either. How about you're going to feel underappreciated, and that's the only way your husband is taken care of? Or a better word is this: underappreciated might not be true because your husband might appreciate you. So you're going to feel more burnt out than he is at the house. How about that one? At the house, you're going to feel more burnt out than he's going to be burnt out. Yes, sister.
How do they feel? Do they feel that way? But they may not actually be that you're unappreciated or undervalued. It may just be
A feeling. But the feeling comes because at the house, you're probably doing more than what he is. Now, there's no getting around that because what you're not considering is what he has to do for the body somewhere else. And that's the consequence. Because if you're predicating your happiness based on what he's doing at the house, I think you're misguided. Because he's not going to be able to do both at the level of your expectations. So it goes back to appreciation for what you got. Because the truth is this, the roles can be reversed also. He might have expectations for you that you haven't grown to yet. Is he supposed to sit back here and look down on you because you haven't grown to those expectations yet? No. He has a responsibility to be patient and merciful too. So if we're looking at things that way, there can be harmony amongst the body. Now, once again, we're going to always tell brothers to sit back here and lead from the front and do what you can. But sometimes when he's doing what he can, he's still going to fall short of your expectations. Right or wrong? That was said really quickly. Right, that is right on point, Awar. You're right on point with that reality that they're not going to bring to the table what I'm expecting. True. Speak on. Speak on about this truth. I'm just joking, sis. I'm just joking. Like, tell me about it, Awar. These guys aren't. They don't help at all at the house. They're pulling up the rear.
Sister's problem is our expectation is too high, and that's why we get disappointed when we don't get what we think we're supposed to get because our expectation is here.
Yeah, and ours are too. The men's expectation, ours are too much at times too, and this is where a lot of times the clashes kick in. All facts. Yes, ma'am.
I was thinking that I wanted to bring it up earlier. You were saying that we were like, okay, there's 5 things you want.
A little louder.
If there's 5 things you want in a relationship, this is just not just pertaining to marriage. You just got to make decisions, period. I used to think that, let me expect the lowest. And then if it's anything better than the lowest, then I'm winning. But then I was told that's a negative outlook. So where's the balance with that?
You know what? We're extreme, and our coping mechanisms are extreme. Because that's a coping mechanism. I don't expect nothing from you. And if you try a little bit, cool. I mean, I understand the thinking, but can't we just appreciate the person for what they are? That's the answer. But people start glitching when you start saying that. Like, either I'm going to have these expectations, or I expect nothing. But then, when you say you expect nothing, do you really expect nothing? That's my point. You say those words, but you're disappointed as hell.
You sought to soften the letdown.
You soften it, but you're still disappointed. I don't expect nothing from you, babe.
That's crazy.
I'm just saying. I'm talking about relationship because listen. But kind of, whether it's relationships or brothers or sisters.
Because even when they finally do something, you'll say, "Wow, you finally thought about it."
Yeah. Thanks, babe. I appreciate the consideration.
It's not like it won't be taken like this is great.
Yeah,
this is wonderful.
Because you know what? You just don't look at the person the way you're supposed to look at them. You know what you have to do, whether it's a brother, a sister, husband, or wife. Can you sit back and understand their whole story? Can you understand their whole story? Because if you can understand their whole story, everything they came through, everything they went through, then nothing is a surprise. Then I'm not surprised why you might not do this on a consistent basis. What kind of person am I with? This is what people should have been thinking about before they took that next step. We know a lot of times what we do is, whether it's men, you hear all these problems. Oh, yeah, but I can fix it. Okay, I can change it with the word of the Lord and my charisma. Both of them things, it's going to work out. Let's go party. What's that?
We would never, if it's marriage, right? I was thinking about this.
And you got to get out of here.
Kids too, but it's like, I feel like we would never get married because it's like everybody puts the mask on. Everybody puts their best foot forward because you want them to see your best attributes and why you should marry me. You don't.
That's facts.
That's everybody.
That's why you should wait. Listen, how long can a person wear a mask for?
A couple months.
A couple months, maybe. Then all of a sudden, I didn't mean that to come out. I wasn't trying to come out. So listen, that dragon doesn't come out all the time. This is a little bit. This is once a month. Once every 3 months, the dragon comes out. Then all of a sudden it comes out more. Then you start seeing it. If you take time to get to know a person.
Talk to their parents.
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah.
Listen. You get talk. Listen, for brothers, talk to their mama, and you know what you got. Same thing with men. Go with sisters. Get to know the family. I'll never forget. I talked to this Filipino couple out. This guy said we courted for 2 years. I'm like, man, they knew the family, they knew the whole household. There were no secrets. There were no secrets. You know what he had? Now, listen, I met him. They were like 20 years in, and he wasn't all, let's eat the noodles like Lady in the Tramp. Like, it wasn't doing all that craziness out there. They weren't playing noodle love with the noodles.
On the champagne.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the forever little, the forever, what do you call that thing? Forever pools where you sit back, it looks like an infinity pool. It's like everybody wants to put on Instagram, like everybody's living their best life all the time. Anyway, it's not that, but you can see that he understood her. He knew all the ups and downs and was okay with the exchange. Because it's still an exchange. Marriage is an exchange. I accept these benefits. I'm not getting this, but I'll get this. And this is what God gave me. This is what I chose, and the Most High brought this person to me. And can I deal with the exchange? And can I accept it? Can I accept the good and the bad? Because this person got to accept the good and the bad with me. Or do we think we're these saints, we're these great people, and we deserve greatness? Is that the thought? Maybe. A lot of times people have these fantasies about what they saw on TV, about how things should be. Like on what they saw on Love Island now. Have you seen those shows? Like this is it? They're capping their asses off right now. This is pure cappage. How many of those relationships last? They don't even have like real conversations when they're talking. They're not real conversations. Love bombing? I don't even know what that is. What the hell is that? What does that even mean?
Like a person who knows they have a really bad personality up front, they'll do the masking, they'll do all the courting, they'll take you out. They believe in your whole class, not just in specific, but they do all the nice stuff to make you think this is what you can expect for like representation.
It's like you're amazing, I love you,
Yeah.
When you buy you
Yeah.
or your backboard for you, and you do all the living. I mean, it's basically a bunch of
Sound like you're selling something.
false advertising.
It is. Yeah. It's on the bridge in Brooklyn now.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, when it comes down to it, how come it didn't last? It was 1 month. It didn't work out. They broke up before the damn show aired. Before they had a reunion show. Before the reunion show, they broke. What the hell happened? They broke up before the reunion show? Why? They were such a good couple on TV. They had such great chemistry. That wasn't good at all. That wasn't good at all. They reversed roles real early in that situation.
The most realistic, I think, TV relationship would be like what? Good Times Up?
Damn.
That's
That
the
was good.
That's the most realistic depiction of a relationship.
I saw TV. But God, I get you.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna look at TV, that's as close as you're gonna get to.
Don't look at TV. Just don't look at TV. Nobody's watching Good Times in 2025. You can't even say good. You can't even find Good Times in 2025. I don't think it's on TV land. That's not on TV land. That's not on TV. Huh? Man, nobody's looking at Good Times. Nobody's looking at Dynamite. Nobody's watching that no more.
Jack, what are y'all doing?
Come on, man. Nobody's watching that.
I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
Bro.
That one was.
That was. Yeah. But okay, let's go. Give me verse 15. Proverbs 19 and 15 again. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do.
Salam Rakha, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bayash Allah.
Salam alaikum. Shah Shabbatah. Bana Shah. Bayash Allah. What? Yahweh Shem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Shem Shabbatah.
Okay, yeah, Shabbatah.
Yeah. Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 15. Snarfulness casteth.
And my thing is this. Listen, not trying to be silly or crack a joke, but if you were live bombed, you still have a responsibility to stay in order with the Most High. So I was live bombed. What do I do next? Somebody love bombed me. What do I do? I got hustled. Somebody hustled me. What do I do now, Lord? Love the love bomber. You still gotta love the love bomber. It's a live bomb. Live bomb. Well, it was love bombing live, so I guess that was my thing. You still gotta love the love bomber and work with the person. And once you love bomb, now it's time to understand the person. You still have a responsibility to understand the person.
Yeah.
I understand the point. I understand how Israelite relationships and marriages were in the past. I get it. What we try to inform people more now. But the funny thing is this: the more you inform people, guess what ends up happening? They're scared. If you inform too much, I was gonna be single and be online and just walk. I'm just gonna keep going and find these lakes. There's gonna be more lakes in Texas. There'll be more lakes somewhere. Let's go find these lakes. Let's go find these parks. There's parks in Louisiana. Let's go to Louisiana and get parks. Let's go to there's a lot of swamps. Let's go see the swamps. That's the problem. It's almost like if people get too much information, they run anyway. So what's the lesson? You still got to fight. Anyway. Verse 15, sir.
Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 15. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep, and an idle soul shall suffer hunger.
We're still dealing with slothfulness and idleness in regards to not fighting you, running from your battles. There's one thing people don't want to accept is that when you're going against your nature, it's scary. And the reason people want to stick to their strengths, because most people hate the idea of their vulnerabilities being exposed to everyone. But you have to have, the only way you grow is if your vulnerabilities are exposed to everyone. There's no other answer. So you have to be humbled. You have to experience fear so that eventually you'll overcome it and get stronger in that arena. And if you are afraid of being revealed as being weak or flawed, then what's going to end up happening anyway? You're going to still suffer hunger. You're going to still lose. So if you're going to lose for your deficiencies anyway, you might as well let your deficiencies be exposed with the hope that one day you won't be deficient anymore. That's the only way you can neutralize this fear that's in you. Let that verse go and jump. What's that, sis?
I got a question. So, of course we want to go back to how we individually were raised.
Yes.
Because anybody with fear, because spiritually, the Most High doesn't give us a spirit of fear. He gives us a spirit of love, power, and sound mind.
But he gives it to you if you what? You got to ask for it.
If you ask for
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say the spiritual aspect is not there, and we're dealing with just our parents upbringing,
Mm-hmm.
and they not imparting that spiritual wisdom to us. And we're just going day to day, being programmed by the world, programmed what our parents went through, then what they taught us, and so on and so forth. That cycle, right? So how is it that we're supposed to be vulnerable, understand the vulnerability within ourselves, if that wasn't shown to us at either an early age or, an age of understanding?
Mm-hmm.
How do you get to that point where you understand that and then be okay with the growing pains that come out of changing and being vulnerable and learning to hunger and accept it?
This is why dealing with the camp body is so important. Because you'll get the majority of the answers to your questions by the people you work with every day. I've learned more about life from people who've made mistakes than just what I do every day. I've dealt and worked with a lot of brothers, a lot of sisters, a lot of families. You learn a lot about a lot of things by investing into them. So whatever you might not have and what you might not have gotten in the world, guess where you get it? From people. There's people that you work with every day that can help you fight what's inside of you just by being around them and learning how they do things. This is why the flaw of our people is just to want to hang out with people that act and think just like us. That's a flaw. That's a weakness. When if we just took the time to spend with people that don't think like us, it will pull us out of our fears, our doubts, and we can learn how other people think and process and help use that to understand. Because in order to understand somebody that's completely opposite of you, you have to put yourself in their shoes. And that process is humbling. You learn a lot about you by coming out of yourself and learning a different way of doing things. I've learned a lot about people just by not being allowed to do and operate and think how I think. And be married to people who are opposite of how I thought. That is humbling and it teaches you. But it doesn't have to be through marriage. It could be through dealing with sisters and brothers. And thinking, learning how they think. Then you'll start playing like, it's almost like, remember the game Memory? When you sit back here and you understand and you work with people that are opposite of you, you'll see a person 10 years later that has the same archetype, same way of thinking. I mean, that person reminds me of this person. They're similar in how they look at things. This person is similar to how this person I worked with 5 years ago is. It allows you a greater perspective and understanding about people. The more people you surround yourself with, the more people you work with, the more people you are vulnerable with. It teaches you perspective. The funny thing is, the better sister you become, the better wife you'll be. But there's a chance that the sister that you've learned to work with, thinks like your husband, your eventual husband. And you have a better understanding of that archetype. I don't know if that makes sense. Because if you do this long enough, you'll start seeing patterns in how people process things. Patterns in insecurities, patterns in fears, patterns in doubts. Because that's what you're trying to understand. People want to call this person's wicked. This person's mean. Are they mean, or is this how they respond? They respond mean because of their insecurities, because of their doubts, because of their vulnerabilities are being exposed. What's the real answer? Are we dealing with truly wicked people or truly insecure and fearful people? You have to choose how to look at people. Are they evil or are they sick? Depending on that will determine how well you can work with them and learn from them. Anyway, I answer the question. Okay, so let that verse go. Go to Proverbs 12 and 27.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 27. The slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting.
Listen, the slothful man worked outside all day long, killed this animal, brought it home and went to sleep. Because he was too tired to go fighting the animal, to go actually cooking and eat and actually get what you needed from the actual animal. That compares to our life. We'll sit back here, be obedient, serve the Most High, do what's necessary to get an opportunity for a husband or a wife, and then be too slothful to put the work in to make the marriage work. What's the difference? You suffer and you sacrifice to get a husband or a wife, and then once you get him, you don't want to make the changes necessary to keep it. I guess You forgot how being lonely was. You forgot how that felt. So you sit back here and you get to the point of getting a husband or wife, and then you forget how it felt to be lonely because you don't want to put the work in to keep it and to build the relationship. That is a slothful person. We can go into all the reasons why these relationships don't work out, but it's still slothfulness. Because didn't the Most High say, because marriage don't work because of the hardness of who? Or divorce was allowed back in the day through the law of Moses because of the what? The hardness of your hearts. But the hardness of the hearts dealt with slothfulness. I just didn't want to change what's inside of me. I didn't want to fix an inventory of what was inside of me to keep this working, to keep this relationship lasting. What else reason is it? It's slothfulness and laziness. I don't want to change my thinking. I don't want to attack my feelings. I don't want to deal with my insecurities. So because of it, I rather let this roasted pheasant, whatever the hell I ate or killed, this roasted cattle, I don't even want to cook it. Because I'm too tired. I don't want to put the work in to actually get the benefit of the experience. Isn't that us all the time? We'll get a blessing and destroy it. You sat back, you studied, you were chaste, you made sacrifices, and you throw it away. Because we don't work on ourselves enough to actually sustain what you actually got. That is, Mosai calls it slothfulness. Because we can go detail for detail about why I didn't get it, why I lost it, why I didn't have an opportunity to keep it. We can do all that. That's fine. But we're not dealing with the why or what it is. It's slothfulness. So, continuing that verse.
But the substance of a diligent man is precious.
He says a diligent person actually values what they have. They value what they have enough to actually do the work to keep it. A lot of times marriages don't last because we don't value what we have to fight for it. We don't value enough what the Most High gave us to actually fight for what He gave us. He's letting you know that in whatever arena, marriage too, you have to fight to keep that marriage working. You know, you're going to be tired. Sometimes it's going to be exhausting. But you got to fight for it. Well, then, if you don't fight for it, you'll never grow in your love. You only love something that you invest into and you fight for. The actual investment is the proof of love. The fight for it is the proof of love. The diligence you put into fixing what's inside of you is the proof that you love. And the running away from the battle is the proof that you don't love. Let that go. And go to Proverbs 15 and 19.
Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 19. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain.
He says, this is a good one. It says, the way of a slothful man is as a hedge of thorns. Now I'm going to read what I think I have it. I think I still have it. I hope I have it. It was just, nope, I think I got rid of it. Okay. It says, how do you navigate through a hedge of thorns? And it says, navigating a literal hedge of thorns requires physical protection, gloves, long sleeves, patience, careful movement, looking for gaps, or using tools. It's still saying, he says, the way of a slothful man is a hedge of thorns. It's like navigating, or it's like as an hedge of thorns. And what that means is, when we don't want to fight our battles, when we're afraid, when we're full of doubt, it's like we have all of these mechanisms that we put in front of ourselves versus just doing the thing. That's what it means by a slothful person. A slothful person can't just make the change. There's all these mechanisms that have to be perfect in order for you to make the change. That's how you know you're slothful. You have to do all these things just to sit back here and say a nice word. You have to sit, all these conditions have to be perfect just to be respectful. All these things have to be working in your favor to see the good in the person that you're working with. Have you ever talked to somebody and it's like, in order for a brother to get something done, all these factors have to work perfect in their favor just for a person to change? We always have issues with brothers in the morning, getting up in the morning. Mm-hmm. And what does it take to get a person to get up in the morning? We have to make sure that they cut their phone off vibrate. We got to call them 3 and 4 and 5 times. We got to make sure we have our ribs call their ribs. It's all these things that got to happen for a person just to go do it. Because if a person wants to do it, they'll just get up. If a person wants to love, they'll just love. You can call it ADHD. You can call it I got learning disabilities. All that crap is whatever. Either you're going to make the change or you're not. And for the person that doesn't want to make the change, there's 1,000 reasons why they can't make the change. We can give clinical names to it. We can create a bunch of different names to justify why people don't change. But it's still slothfulness. It's slothfulness that gets you to a point where you just can't make the necessary change to please the Heavenly Father. You can say, oh, I don't trust. How many times are you going to use the I don't trust game to keep you from just changing what's inside of you? You know how many times I've heard that from sisters? I don't trust. And because I don't trust, that's why I sit back and have a masculine spirit. Is it the fact that you don't trust, or you just don't want to change? And you don't want to give them control and power? I get your reason. But why isn't your performance there? Because you have created this hedge of thorns to keep you from doing what you got to do. So if slothfulness is compared to this hedge of thorns, then what does diligence mean? You've cleared out all the hedge of thorns, yep, and you've cleared out the excuses, yep, to keep you from actually executing what you say you're going to do. The hedge of thorns is I've been hurt in the past. I don't trust my husband. I don't see him in a good light. Whatever your hedge of thorns is, it's still slothfulness. And the Most High is going to keep you poor or destitute or without because of the hedge of thorns you've created. You know what the Most High is about? The Most High is saying this is a zero-sum game. The Most High understands why you're sick. He understands why the hedge of thorns are like this, and it's thorny, and it's stickly, and it's prickly. He understands it. And it's our job as counselors to understand why you're sick. But it's your job to do what? Clear the field. If you got thorns, then cut the thorns out the way. Create a damn path to get through this.
I can't plow this field, man.
Because I don't trust.
It's thorns.
Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of loss. I'm afraid of what's going to happen in the future. Those are your hedge of thorns. But call it what it is. It's slothfulness. It's still slothfulness. It's still you not trying to change. It's just almost like, you ever like been in counseling and people give you an elaborate reason why they don't change? And then after they give you this elaborate reason why they have all these thorns in their life. I have all these thorns, and now do you understand why my path is so difficult? You're supposed to say, I understand why your path is so difficult. Then continue the way you're going to go. That's not true. That's not right. If you got trust issues and you've explained to me why you have trust issues, duly noted. So what's your strategy of cutting these thorns out of your way? Tears? Is tears the solution? Is tantrums the solution? Is arguing the solution? Is running away the solution? You still have thorns right in your yard. What are you going to do to cut them out the way? It's no different than Demetrius. Demetrius can sit back here in his tower and say, man, I got this bad habit of like being introverted because of I was a hostage in Rome. They didn't let me get any room, so I had these bad habits. So, okay, you've explained why you have bad habits. So are you going to change the bad habits or not? It's still that. Does that make sense? You were going to like clarify something about that.
That woman said.
Yes, sir.
That's not, I was just saying that it now requires fight. That's where the slothfulness is coming.
Come. So now you know the hedge of thorns is there. You know there are obstacles why you have problems from getting from A to Z. And that's important to express that. But now that's expressed, what's the next step? You still got to clear the path to grow. Who's going to clear the path so that they can grow? Or do you sit back here and continue to have these obstacles in your life and you keep failing and losing because these obstacles aren't going nowhere until you cut them out? Read verse 19 again.
Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 19. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns.
His way, his methods, his or her way of doing things. There is a bunch of reasons why I can't go through this path. And the male and female mind has created this hedge of thorns to justify why they don't trust, why they don't love.
We call it protection. I got to protect myself.
God, those are the hedge of thorns. Those are my justifications for my attitude, for my poor outlook, for my abandonment issues. I've gone through these things in the world I've been taken advantage of. Now you got these thorns in your way. What are you going to do? I don't trust women. I don't trust men. These are thorns. Okay? So, the truth is the slothful man keeps the thorns in their life. The slothful woman allows those thorns to just be excuses because they're excuses. Whatever your reason is not to trust, it is a reason. It is, and the husband or the brother or the wife is supposed to understand the reason, but also understand that reason is an excuse. Can your reason be a reason and an excuse at the same damn time? Yes, it can. It's a reason. It's a valid reason why you don't trust. It ain't like when you hear about stories from women not trusting. It ain't like that they're lies or they're cockamamie answers. They're real answers. And I can understand why a person doesn't trust from the experiences I've heard from people. I understand when people give their stories about abandonment issues, why that would be a valid reason to doubt and mistrust. But there's still hedges of thorns, and there are excuses why you can't continue to grow forward. The question is your reason for having your issue now become your excuse for not fighting? It's important to express to your partner why I'm having troubles. But then once I express why I have these troubles, now those reasons why I have troubles can't become long-term thorns in my life. Yes, sis.
I was saying, in those reasons, it causes us not to move forward.
Come.
You're stuck. That's a responsibility you have to take care of. It's like the Most High already knew you're going to have trust issues from who you were before. I'm bringing you now here to build on having trust.
So it's important to talk about why you have trust issues. But once you talk about it, the next conversation should be about what type of hedge clippers do I need now to cut this crap out of my way? What do I need, a machete? What do I need to clear this path that I have had in my life to justify why I'm sick? Because it's one thing to confess your faults one to another, which we're supposed to do. But once you confess your trust issues, now you have to start clearing these things out of the way that are keeping you from growing forward.
That makes sense.
So he says the slothful person, what they do is they just tell you why they can't change. They tell you why they don't trust. And this is why they don't change.
Makes perfect sense. I met a dude years ago, I'll never forget him. Downtown Commerce Street, San Antonio, Texas. Right there by what they have IHOP now. You pass by now. By the McDonald's. The famous McDonald's.
Yes.
And he had
I don't know if it's famous, man.
It's famous to
It's kind of low budget, man. It's kind of like
Listen,
broken down out on 35 out downtown.
No. I'm talking.
There's a lot. There's a heavy element down there, bro.
Well, there's an element, but
There's
McDonald's right in the middle. If I was a McDonald's lover, I would go to McDonald's.
No, I'm going to a clean McDonald's
Listen,
that has a new structure that sells parfaits, and the parfait machine works.
Listen,
and all. I'm sorry.
it's by
That's
River
me,
City
I'm
Mall.
being silly. I know exactly what you're talking about. That one, yeah.
That one is like, it's always been there. Right?
Okay, I was thinking about the one near the jail.
Now that was the one you don't go to. Right?
That's what I'm saying. Like that's not good at all.
It's about a tax building. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
They
You
have
said
a
that. I was like,
They have
oh,
rules there.
yeah.
I went there. They said you can't be here past. You can't sit down past certain minutes, past a certain time. If you're not buying, not using something, you gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
They're not very nice in there.
But even the one in the River Center is dirty.
It's dirty.
And you got guys. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So what's your point?
You gotta make
now?
the best
What's your
of McDonald's.
point?
I don't even go to McDonald's.
Because you got guys sitting back here. They're just anyway.
But
Explain your
listen.
point. I've been there before. I didn't feel very comfortable. And I'm a male.
It's not good over there.
I'm sitting back here eating like this. You gotta watch out. I don't trust none of these things. Get your back against a wall, find a corner, and look. And keep your head on a swivel. There's no time to dip your fries in the ketchup. You can't be dipping. You can't. No, you gotta scarf it down and get the hell out of it. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, keep it moving. But there's this guy. He was a competent individual. He had, had no shoes on, of course. He was competent
with no shoes.
Yeah. His communication was competent.
Okay.
He said, "Yeah, I used to have a business. I used to run a business. I used to do this, but I got divorced and
He stopped giving.
I stopped giving a damn." He didn't say that, but he said, "Once I got divorced, I ended up here." And that was that. But he had businesses. He had a business. He ran business. He had things going. He had things flowing. And once the divorce happened, he just stopped trying a lot.
Okay.
And I saw that man later on down the line, and he was walking down the street, Riverside town, and he got mentally deranged over time. And then I heard somebody say that the guy just died. He was outside the cold. He just never fought his battle and never went back to keep living, and he just died in the snow. But the issue is, we're the same way. Whatever your issue was or experience was, people get stopped in that experience. They get stuck in that moment, and then they let their life decline because of that moment.
Because people don't realize whatever trauma you've experienced, they're just hedges of thorns.
Yeah.
That you experience.
That makes sense.
That you have to choose to clip and cut out of your life. And these hedges of thorns cannot become your prison. What people don't understand is those hedges of thorns become your prison. Why you don't grow. Why you can't enjoy life. Why you can't enjoy marriage. Why you can't enjoy brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
It becomes your prison.
Yeah,
your fears,
yeah.
Your fear of being pricked, your fear of being hurt, is how you define your life.
Yeah. I believe 100%. Most High showed me that man for a week. I'm like, this dude was, his conversation was eloquent, intelligent, and clear.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell he ran a business. He was on top of stuff, but he just didn't care after the divorce. Just didn't care no more, and it ended up being his death.
And you know what the thing is? This is it that he didn't care, or he didn't want to sit back here and try again. He didn't want to live again. He didn't want to share with nobody again. He didn't want to come out of himself again. That's really what it was. He didn't want to sit back here and try to love again. What do you know? He told himself, everybody's like this. That bad relationship is what all relationships are. When you talk to sick people, they start sitting back here and saying, everybody is like my ex. Am I right or wrong? Everybody on earth is like what I experienced when I was 16. Like, what? All people are that way? Nobody's frontal lobe has grown?
It's not growing.
Nobody has grown as individuals since they were 16 years old. What's going on here? The frontal lobe continues to grow to you like 23, 24. So, what's that? 25.
New research has said it's 28.
That's good. Even less of an excuse why to sit back here and have this hedge of thorns in your life. Because what happened when you were 17? Yeah. I was 17, these bad people did bad things and they said things and they hurt me and they didn't like me for me. Like, dude, they were children in the spirit. And that's your reason for not moving forward and trusting and fighting in your life? Right? Am I right or wrong? We'll use that as reasons to sit back here and not try, not work on yourself. Maybe this verse kind of helps. Your trauma is a hedge of thorns that have to be cleared away from you. If you do that, then you can actually live your life. But don't forget, these hedge of thorns is your why. And then you'll get mad at your counselor or your husband or the brother or sister when you tell them about your hedge of thorns and people act like, why are you, okay, you gave me your hedge of thorns, but are you telling me that you have a hedge of thorns around you so I can not tell you to cut the hedge of thorns? Because that's what people do. People will tell another person about their hedge of thorns and expect that other person not to say, you still got to cut the hedge of thorns. That's what people, then they'll say, oh, you don't care about me because you're telling me I got to cut this hedge of thorns and I can't live in this sadness forever. You don't understand what I'm going through because I'm telling you that you have to cut these obstacles out of the way, even though it's fearful and it's traumatic. You still got to cut them. Then all of a sudden, you don't love me, you don't care about me, you're callous and you're cold, you're cruel. The point still remains: can a person acknowledge that it's trauma and at the same time tell you that that trauma has got you in a cocoon and in a prison? You have created a prison based on your trauma. When these prison walls can be cut down with some clippers if you choose to cut down those prison walls. A lot of people don't cut down those prison walls and they become a slave to their fears and how they've been hurt and how they've been traumatized. And the Most High calls that slothfulness. It's still slothfulness.
I know it because we've taken
Should
time
be
to
classes on this.
It is. Listen, we talk to men, have like 10-year, 15-year counsels out.
And they still have negative outlooks about things. And they're servants and slaves to this distrustful, paranoid mindset.
Listen.
Yep. The scriptures say that. You get 2 Samuel chapter 23, read verse 6.
Second Samuel chapter 23 and verse 6.
Read that.
2 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 6. But the sons of Belial.
Belial means worthless or vain.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning these men, they have low value. Read on.
Shall be all of them as thorns.
The Bible calls these men.
Oh, great verse.
Call these men
Bam,
thorns.
bam, bam. This is one that goes right along. They got to plug this in.
Yeah. He said they'll be taken as what?
This is when you got to type them in. Yeah.
Read.
Say that again. Say that again. Explain that point again. I'm sorry.
Read it.
Shall be all of them as thorns.
The Bible calls these men comparable to thorns. Why would the Bible compare men to thorns? Thorns, we got thorns out here in the yard. Thorns be growing up to 3 to 5 inches. They'll go straight through your shoe.
Oh my God.
So if you walk out here, that's why we tell these kids be careful. They'll go straight through your shoe. He says men are like this. Men are like thorns, but in what capacity? Read on.
Because they cannot be taken with hands.
Because you can't do anything with them.
You can't change them.
You can't work with them.
Don't forget the scripture talks about how people change is by the hands of the presbytery.
Yeah.
Right? So people actually get developed by putting your hands on them and working with them and developing them. He said these sons of Belial can't be worked with. They can't be worked on.
They can't be molded.
Because the thorns in their mind are too strong and they don't break them. You have to have two components to change. A willing counselor to walk you through how to do things and a willing mind to break these thorns in you. And if you don't have the willing mind to fix what's inside of you, you are a son of Belial. It's a perfect version.
That's what makes it difficult.
Phenomenal.
If you can't work with somebody because they got a bunch of excuses, they got a bunch of variables of why they can't be, why they can't trust, why they can't open themselves up.
And a person has to be super perfect in order for them to see the good in them. Because that's what these thorns are. This manufactured path has to be so intricate. This has to happen. You got to go up and down and crawl over. Just cut the thorns out the way.
Take barbed wire.
Just cut the thorns out the way. But this person he has to talk to me in a perfect tone. He has to sit back here and not be frustrated. There has to be nothing about this person that brings any red flags for me to trust him. This is why women want this perfect guy to say the perfect thing at the perfect time, and if he doesn't do it, he's hurting me. Have you heard that before?
Yep.
You know why? Because if he's not walking this hedge with perfection, he's causing red flag. He's creating red flags in me. And I'm tripping and I'm snapping and I'm reacting. I ain't like how he talked to me. It ain't like you're dealing with some pimp on the east side. Get your ass over here, woman. You ain't dealing with that. You're not dealing with that kind of guy. Because he slightly raises his voice, because his face has a slightly not perfect affect. All of a sudden, I'm triggered. Those are the thorns you've created to make it impossible for another person to navigate around you. We did with this with grown men in the truth. He looked at me like he was trying to fight. Really? Was it? Did he really look at me like he was trying to throw hands? Or did he just look at me with disappointment? With a slight tinge of frustration. And I'm going to take that as disrespect. Like he's trying to put hands on me. But that's the mindset of a son of Belial. They never clear out these hedge of thorns. So if you don't operate around me perfect, I'm going to see the worst in you. That happens so much.
Now people are prisoner
in Israel
because they can't let their hair down. They have to measure every. You gotta be the natural. You gotta be the regular guy, the regular person. But then you're walking a minefield in communication.
On eggshells.
So if you're walking a minefield in communication, you're defusing a bomb, and you're actually taking an SAT test when you're talking to them. Then it's so hard to actually relax.
And this is why people end up leaving. Everybody just leaves me in my life. Do they leave you because they don't want to be around you, or they leave you because you got this hedge of thorns that's impossible to navigate around? Is it the hedge of thorns that you keep around you? Or is it that people are bad people? Which one is it? Like that hedge of thorns, minefields? You have these minefields underground that if you don't navigate perfect, I don't trust you. See, you gave me another reason not to trust you. This is why I don't get my spirit to you. Because you hurt me. You hurt me. You hurt me. You hurt me. Well, damn it, this is an impossible navigation. That a literal, I think they're EODs. They're EODs. A perfect bomb specialist has to be able to navigate through. Doesn't work.
That's that man trained by like a specialist on negotiations. Say it exactly like this.
Mm-hmm.
John, say it like this.
Yes.
You're gonna blow the house up. Say it exactly like this. 3 words. I would love to send you what you need, but I need another answer about, well, what do you need? Say it like that, John.
Done.
Or the house is gonna blow up.
And that is the navigation that brothers did with other brothers, husbands did with wives, sisters did with sisters. There's so many landfills and landmines and
booby traps,
and thorns and obstacles a person has to go through to get the genuine side. He's letting you know that it's up to you to cut those hedges down. It's not just the counselor's job. The counselor's job is to instruct you how to clear this navigate through these troubled waters. But you got to follow and do the work. And the sons of Belial are the individuals who don't allow other people to fix them. Because that's what happens all the time. You have to allow people to teach you how to let go of these thorns and these head trips and these things that you keep glitching up on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, read on.
Yes, sir.
Read on.
Great verse, man.
Verse 7.
Let's read it from the top. Can we read it from the top again?
Let me just catch this one point right here, because this is.
I just want to hear it again.
I know, but it's you can read it again. It's an important part that Dawiyah just brought out.
Read
on.
Verse 7.
6 and 7?
No, give verse 7 like what he said.
2 Samuel chapter 23 and verse 7. But the man that shall touch them must be fenced with iron.
He got to wear. He got to wear a bomb suit.
Come on,
That's what Dawiyah was talking about. You got to wear a bomb suit. What he's saying is, you make it so hard for people to work with you.
Yes.
That it keeps you not worth a whole lot of things.
Man, that's a great verse. Huh?
It keeps you not as valuable as you could be. It keeps you worthless.
It keeps people away from you.
It keeps people
the literal thing that you need. You want a person to get close to you and love you and be there for you. But you create this fence and you create people to be guarded with you. You put them in a situation where they have to be guarded. And then you say, see, you're guarded.
Or see,
I'm going to judge you because you're guarded.
Or you don't care.
You don't care because you're guarded.
Yeah.
But I have to navigate in this impossible minefield to please you. And that's what people don't want to accept. You're creating these impossible minefields for the person who was created to help you to navigate through.
That's the funny part. The funny part is then people say, because you weren't perfect, you failed me.
Yes.
That's the next stage
Yeah.
of their perspective. And now they hate you, and they have permission to hate you because you couldn't fix them.
Yep.
But you couldn't fix them because you couldn't say the perfect word at the perfect time with the perfect tone and the perfect rhythm at the perfect second. You couldn't match this invisible rhythm they're looking for.
I know.
They're looking for some type of algorithm. You operate in a certain type of algorithm that they never projected or said or spoke about. You have to read the mind to say things that way and know things that way. And you didn't grow up with this person from birth.
Bro.
So you have to be fenced in iron, like Shasha Wan said.
Yeah. But ultimately, what's the outcome of these men? Read on.
It says, but the man that shall touch them must be fenced with iron and the staff of a spear.
He said, you forced me to have a spear in my hand to work with you.
Man.
That means I gotta be
fenced and guarded.
I gotta be guarded, and I gotta be on the defense when I talk to you. I gotta be ready to get poked, to get jabbed, and be ready to be prepared to get thrown slanders of why you don't let nobody in.
And you got to be ready to attack.
Yeah.
You have to have a staff, a spear, and you have to have a shield.
That means I gotta go back and forth.
Kind of.
Yep.
Read.
And they shall be utterly burned with fire in the same place.
It says, but these individuals, because they make it so hard, they make themselves no good. They make themselves worthless. My own apprehensions and fears and barriers that I put up make myself worthless. Where nobody can use the good in me.
Kind of. And nobody, you don't allow somebody to show you that they're good.
Yeah.
You don't allow another person to prove that they are trustworthy. Because you have all these thorns and thistles and issues that you hold amongst you that you don't fix in you. The funny thing, I've never read about daughters of Belial, but it's daughters of Belial, sons of Belial, anybody that doesn't let somebody in to work with them. And
That
to
can't
help
get worse.
that they can't receive the good that's right there in front of them. And so, what is it showing? That in order for anybody to be rehabilitated, they have to have the capacity to receive instruction and use that instruction to clear the hedges in their own life.
Wow.
And if they don't do that, they're not going to grow.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah, you can.
I'm not changing the subject. I just want to add one little detail to the conversation.
What verse is it?
It's Proverbs 14:30. It's in Septuagint verse. So I got to pull it. It's not gonna be.
Okay.
It's a great verse though. All right. Read it in KJV, but it's Septuagint reads different.
Yeah. Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 30.
Uh huh.
A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bone.
Now that's what it says in the KJV, right?
Yeah.
If you read it in the Septuagint, it says, "A meek-spirited man is a healer of the heart." So to deal with healing people, you have to take injuries, right? We get that. But a oversensitive heart is a corruption of the bones. That oversensitivity or that intense sensitivity ends up being a cancer to people. Because I'm almost too sensitive to be handled. Or I'm too sensitive to get the right words. I'm too sensitive to allow the person to find out the issue. A person, a lot of times, a counselor, is trying to feel a problem out a lot of times. They're asking different questions, and they're not going to be perfect questions or perfect communications. They're trying to get a feel for what's the issue. But the issue can't be resolved because if they say the wrong question or they make the wrong statement or they system that touches the wrong button or it has that sensitivity gets affected, then guess what? That sensitivity leads to being a cancer in the bones. What does cancer do? Cancer spreads. So when a person gets offended, what happens? The counselor ends up offending the student. And when the counselor offends the student, this barrier intensifies over time. Have we not seen that?
But the counselor is almost impossible for the counselor not to offend a person that has all these hedges set up in front of them. It's impossible not to offend a person if they can't start knocking out and eliminating these obstacles that are inside of them. Y'all good? Let's go back to Proverbs 15 and 19.
Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 19. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns.
The way of a slothful man is as a hedge of thorns. He or she creates so many different reasons why I can't just move straight forward. There's so many different obstacles because navigating through a hedge of thorns is many obstacles to get to the end. That's what happens living in an area where it's a hedge of thorns. It's 1,000 obstacles you have to go through, and hoops you got to go through, and preparation you got to go through to get to the end. Well, read on.
But the way of the righteous is made plain.
A person who's living righteously, they've learned to make their path plain. It's hard enough to fight your battle. When you fight your battle and you don't clear out all these head trips you got in your head, how can you move forward and actually grow in this? How can you grow if you don't make your path clear?
So you said, what does plain mean?
Plain just means simple. Listen, why sit back here to get from here to there? The straightest way the easiest way to one place is to go where? Straight. But if you have this hedge that you've created in front of you, you have to go all around the mountain, all the way down the valley, all the way down all these miles to get to this point. The righteous make their path very simple. Let me eliminate my fear. Let me trust the Most High is going to take. If I don't trust in man, let me trust in the Most High. Let me trust the Most High is going to take care of me. That's the simple path.
In other words, you could say it's transparent.
Kind of. Because in order for somebody else to help you, a person that's trying to counsel you and help you is trying to help clear a plain path for you to follow. But you want them to go this crazy, exquisite path and call that love. If you go through all these dynamics and hoops that I'm expecting you to actually communicate to me, that's love. But the real love is to show you how to carve a plain path to how to solve your problems. And this is what people don't want to do. They don't want to deal with and experience the plain pathway. Because in order to do that, now you have to cleave to the Most High. Cleave to your counselor. But really trust the scriptures. It's everything that we experience that's trauma-based. For those of us who have experienced trauma, what y'all don't understand is you are going to still have to feel everything that you felt in the world when you were exploited. You got to feel it here and see it come through the right way. Y'all understand what I just said? You're going to feel every feeling that made you feel exploited and used. But you got to feel it in this realm and see the Most High take care of it. Yes, sis?
I was going to say it's like your organs, they hold on to emotional things that happen in your body. So when you're outside, say for example, you do a detox, and 5 years ago you went through trauma.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing that detox 5 years now into the present, you're going to feel the emotions that you felt during your trauma 5 years ago.
That's true.
Your body, your organs hold on to the emotional things that you go through. So I understand that when so many years ago when I was in the world and I was experiencing things, I didn't have the tools to actually navigate and clear the path, like you were saying, and chip away those things to actually get to the other side.
God.
But now that I'm in the truth, the Most High is showing me the way to clear the path. I have to still experience the emotional breakdown, the emotional trauma, the everything that I experienced in the world, not knowing how to navigate, but I have to experience it in the truth, the correct.
And the Most High, He literally puts us through these same scenarios that might seem like it's trauma-based.
Right.
But you have to go through what you've experienced in a trauma-based scenario and then come back and see it work out. There is a reason that, for instance, when our oppressors, the Egyptians, our oppressors, the Most High allowed us to see our oppressors wash up on the shores with their weaponry. What was the Most High? Why did the Most High do it that way? He sat back here and let us see, hey man, these oppressors are no longer your oppressors anymore. There's no reason for you to stress out anymore. I've got your back. I'm here with you. Take what you've learned from this past and move forward. Most High is still trying to get us to do that even now. Yes, you face trauma. Yes, you might have faced abandonment scenarios, but the Most High is not going to abandon you. But how can He show you He's not going to abandon you unless He puts you in a situation that's similar to you being abandoned?
Right.
How else can He show you that He's real? He almost has to show you the bad before He shows you the what?
The good.
Because if you don't experience the bad, you won't appreciate the what. So the bad is necessary. The suffering is necessary so that you can see the benefits of communication, humility, servitude. Because for a lot of sisters, they serve the man in the world, or right or wrong.
God.
And then they serve the man in the world. It didn't work out. Does that mean you're not supposed to serve a man in the truth now? That's absolutely not the truth. You still have to sit back here and serve that man in the truth. Even better than how you serve that man in the world. And that's how you show the Most High that you're willing to serve Him. Okay. So read verse 19 again.
Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 9. The way of the slothful
15
man,
and 19. That's 19, sir.
Sloth. Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 19. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain.
But how does the righteous man make that path plain? Because the righteous man takes the advice. Righteous woman takes that advice and clears the excuses, understands the trauma, but understands that trauma are the thorns that are getting in the way of her growth. This is how you know people that actually grow the right way and people that never really figure out what this is about down the line. Because those people that don't figure out the right way to look at things, they continue to have this hedge of thorns in their mind. They continue to sit back here and hold on to that bitterness, hold on to that skepticism, hold on to that distrust. Those are the ones who still have that hedge of thorns all in their mind. And somebody has to teach them how to clear the thorns away, and they have to actually clear the thorns away. And now they have a clear path. They can think clearly, and they can see things clearly. Does that make sense? Now, we took this class a little bit different direction, but it still goes back down to the topic of Demetrius. He didn't fight his hedge of thorns. He stayed in his tower. He didn't fight his fears, his skepticism. He didn't fight his disgust, his lack of empathy, whatever was motivating him to stay in that building.
What's the past conditional?
What was his sets of thorns that kept him in that tower? Was it a disgust for regular people? Was it his fear of confrontation and dealing with people face to face? Was it his isolationism? What was it? Whatever it is, he didn't clear that path and fight himself. And every one of us has thorns that we have to clear up in ourselves. None of us, all of us have this that we battle. The question is, do you clear the path or not? Let that verse go and jump to, let's see, what's the next one? Ecclesiasticus in the Bible, Ecclesiastes 10 and 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 18. By much slothfulness, the building decayed.
So listen, when you're slothful and you're not clearing that path in your spirit, you still decay. Whether it's running an empire or your own spirit, you still have to clear these obstacles that are in your life. And if you don't clear these obstacles, you're going to decay spiritually.
That makes sense.
This is why people's outlook gets worse and worse and worse the longer they don't fight it. How long are these fears and phobia going to keep you ensnared and keep you a slave? How long are you going to tell yourself, I can't trust? How long are you going to tell yourself, I'm afraid of getting let down? How long are you going to use that as your reason to not live? People sit back here and hold this mindset, and they don't live for 10, 15 years. What good is having the Bible if you're not using it to clear these heads out of your life? That's why the scripture says in Christ, I am more than a what? A conqueror. What are you conquering? You're conquering your fears, your doubts. You're clearing Christ. You can clear out all of these phobias and fears and these concerns about your life in Christ. And that's why Paul said, Moses don't give us a spirit of fear, but of what? Power and a sound mind. A sound mind is what? A mind whose path is made clear and plain. This is how you know people that don't operate in the spirit of Christ. They're full of phobias, fears, doubts, extreme skepticism, negative outlooks they just can't shake. That means Christ ain't in you because you don't let Christ in. Because you'd rather hold on to these thorns and thistles than Christ.
To your own detriment.
And that's what the scripture says, to your own detriment.
People think that they're punishing people. People think they're punishing people by sticking to their phobias, or sticking to their fears.
Their distrust.
And creating their distrust. And you're punishing people when you're in control. It's actually the opposite.
Oh, I just keeping it real.
Yeah. I'm just keeping it real. A lot.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. You're destroying your opportunity to get healed. It's not that many people that are willing to stick their neck out to help. The funny part is, it's not that many people that have the skill to help.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very small market. Skilled counselors, caring people, willing people. Do you think the world's full of willing people? You are,
to work on your outlet.
You are truly doing yourself probably the greatest disservice, thinking that there's a million counselors and a million Bible teachers and a million loving husbands and a million caring people that are just waiting to just deal with your disgust.
So you got a lot of
You
brothers.
are really
You know,
in a bad position.
you got there's people out here that'll teach you some street teaching classes.
Oh yeah.
You get some color classes. You'll get that.
The white man is the baddest man in the world. He's
The evil.
bad
You'll
man.
get that. You get those classes.
I know why you feel the way you feel. You feel the way you feel because you live in the white man's world.
Yeah, it's the white man.
Ah, that's easy.
Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah.
Oh man.
You know, you live in the curses. And we have to come together and unite.
If-
Oh, is that simple? That's just that. Those are the answers. Unity in the curses. That's it.
If it wasn't for Joe Biden, you wouldn't be in the position you're in. But,
Oh, it's Trump.
oh yeah.
You got to play those songs. F Donald Trump. You got to play them songs.
F Donald Trump.
Bear.
No, it wasn't you. It was never you. It was the Democrats.
Yeah, liberal policy.
Yeah, liberal politics. And then 10 years before that, it was those racist conservatives.
Yeah.
It's a never
How about they were sons of Belial during the time of David? This is when one pulls the second Samuel. That was David's time, man. Guys weren't listening to counsel. I had these thorns, these hedge of thorns in their mind. This is the truth.
You couldn't fix them.
Because they don't want to be fixed.
But the same people that don't want to be fixed have the longest epic story of why nothing
And
works.
the house keeps decaying. You ever like going to those homes on the east side that ain't been worked on out? They have a lot of potential. Be like, man, you got to put like 50 large in this house out. $100,000 to fix his house out. It has good bones, so it's got good structure to it. But man, the floors are warped. You fear that you take one step that the whole floor is gonna open up on you. You got some ratatouille going on. You see little poop droppings everywhere going on here. Right? You're like, man, the roof is open, exposed. You're like, man, this is messed up. The wiring needs to get completely done. And the longer you wait, the higher that cost gets for fixing that house. Right or wrong. But it's got potential. But he's telling you, the more you wait, the more you got to put in to fix it. So why not fix it and manage it now? The longer you wait, you keep decaying and getting sicker and sicker and more mentally disconnected.
There's the same word for both people and houses. It's rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
It's the same word.
Yeah.
You got to rehab a house. You got to rehab people.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, rehab, whether it's rehabbing a house or rehabbing people, it's going to take somebody that has a lot of love and a lot of care and to have a vision and have an idea on how to do it and the skill to do it. But both rehabbing houses and people are difficult.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's expensive, and it takes a toll. But at least people can make it a little bit easier. People make it a little bit easier and say, you know, by coming straight out and confessing what it is that they're holding in.
Confessing it. Not just you see, I've seen a pattern of people. People want to confess, and their confession is why they don't change. They'll say, well, I told you what my problem is.
Right.
I'm hurt. I don't trust. So because
That's just first step.
But because you're hurt and you don't trust, does that mean you're not going to work on the fact that you're hurt and you don't trust?
Yes.
Or I feel that people are going to leave me. Okay, cool. So now that you've told me that you feel people are going to leave you, does that mean that you're not going to ever let people in because you feel people are going to leave you? You don't understand. You're not listening. You didn't listen to anything I said. Like, whoa, I did listen. But does listening mean I agree with you? The answer is, for a lot of people, yes. If you listen to somebody, they want you to agree that their trauma is so messed up. Like brothers always say, I'm going through some things. So because you're going through some things, you're supposed to be disrespectful? Remember that? I'm going through things. Okay. So you're supposed to be out of order because you're going through things? I'm going to say, oh, he's going through things.
Yeah,
Everybody back off, back away.
I get to be a beast.
He's going through things. Nobody, not there. But
Adore is in.
I know, yeah.
No, Adore is in.
Is it?
Yeah, Adore has sin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the little man opening them doors like it's his room. What's up?
I was going to say, you had just said, brothers go through so much things and they make these excuses to be disrespectful. I was going to say, you could, for young men, they could also be like, school is too much or work is too much, and this is why I can't do what you ask, like for a parent.
Yeah.
That's all I was just going to say.
Or it could be like, hey, Dad or Mom, I'm stressed. School is stressing me out. This is why I am having problems in school and my grades aren't tight. Duly noted, son. I understand that you're stressed. So the next question would be, how can we sit back here and make you more efficient and less stressed?
Mm-hmm.
But then the kid, you're not listening to me. I'm stressed. I'm going through too many things. So am I supposed to say, okay, it's okay that he has D's. He's going through things.
Stressed.
Or do you say, okay, you're going through things. Let's figure out how to de-stress you and make your day more streamlined so you can still accomplish what you have to accomplish. That's the conversation we don't like to talk about. Let me acknowledge your battle and at the same time give you remedies on how not to let your trauma define your life. People in their sickness, they allow their sickness to define who they are down the line in perpetuity. And that's not what's supposed to happen. It's an obstacle that you're supposed to learn how to cut out of your life. But a lot of times we sit back here, I'm going to tell you something. What are we without our trauma? A lot of times we make our whole identity our trauma and don't know how to be without the trauma. I don't know how to be if I'm not the emo girl. Who am I if I'm not the sad person? Who am I if I'm not the introvert? Who am I if I'm not to crash out? I'm using them young words.
That's a good one, though.
Yeah.
That's
Well, that is, who am I without being the crash out? Then who am I? Now you got to deal with you and actually work on you. And with the Most High, it's like saying, listen, stop being the crash out and let's work on what's inside of you. Who are you going to be now? Now you have a chance to actually please the Heavenly Father. But your counselors and your teachers are trying to teach you how not to let your sadness define your life. Anyway, read verse 18 again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 18. By much slothfulness the building decayeth,
Mm-hmm. So
and through idleness
yep.
of the hands the house droppeth through.
Listen, your spiritual house drops and falls apart because you just don't take the time to fight what's in you. And you don't let people show you how to clear these hedges and clear these thorns and help fix what's inside of you. Let that verse go. And let's now go to Proverbs 12 and 24. And I don't think people a lot of times looked at looked at slothfulness as this, you're not fighting the battle. People look at slothfulness like it's just, I don't want to go to work.
You don't go to work. That's a very light surface perspective.
It is.
Of being slothful. But all that, all those, I just can never change. I could never. Listen, we'll counsel you 20 years deep if you want.
Yeah.
And if you want to be here.
Because our job is to be a human tape recorder.
We'll drop 20 years deep.
Which we have. We have.
We've done that. But this is the problem. The problem is, are you going to do the work or not, bro?
That's smart.
Because it comes down to business, and what's the word for when a tire starts to get on a rotation? The tire was traction.
Yeah.
It's about traction. Traction requires work. Conversation and communication is phenomenal, and it goes very far for clarity. But once there's clarity, the ball's in your court to create traction, and the wheels have to hit the road, and there has to be forward momentum. And that's when the excuses arise. When it's time for forward momentum, when it's time for action, when it's time for progress, you hurt me, you're the problem, I don't trust, nobody loves me. You keep putting up it's the equivalent of the military when they have a stress card. Like the new thing, when I was in the mall, it was a new thing for people in the military to say, I can't do this lap you tell me to run, or I can't do this push because I'm going to pull my stress card out. And the stress card is an excuse or, it's a...
Back off.
It's a back off card. They would tell the guy that's telling them, whoever that's directing them, stress card. And that means they have to be let alone, move on to the next person, the next mission. But you never get your training that way. When you keep pulling out these stress card, I'm tired, I'm depressed, I'm angry, I was hurt. After you got the clarity of the counsel and the class and the scriptures and the personal information you need, at what point is it your job to do the work to fix the problem?
Ain't no stress card in real war.
Exactly.
The enemy's not going to listen to your stress card.
Wisdom, passion.
Yeah.
Here comes
They're not going to say, oh, he got a stress card in his hand. Don't shoot at him.
It's bullets, stress card.
Oh.
That's not going to happen. So if real life is a battle, real life is a war, these counsels are simulation. Brothers are simulating different ways to solve the problem. At what point is it your responsibility to apply the information and get traction?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're calling sloth.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High is calling sloth.
Done. So read that again. Proverbs 12 and 24.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 24. The hand of the diligent shall bear rule.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule of what? Of their spirit first. If you're diligent to attacking your thoughts. It's almost like when you're communicating with your counselor or your husband, the brother, why are you supposed to confess? Why are you supposed to confess your faults? It's because you're supposed to know what your true enemy is. You're not supposed to confess just so that somebody can understand how you feel, so they can back off you when you have these feelings. You're supposed to confess your faults so you can make known who the real enemy is. Who am I really fighting against? So if I make known who I'm fighting against, I'm letting the people around me know who I'm supposed to be fighting against so they can help point out who the enemy I'm supposed to be focusing my energy is on. Supposed to be on. You're supposed to be asking for allies to let you know, to remind you, this is the person I'm supposed to attack.
Yeah.
This way of thinking is sickness. So I'm talking to you about my sickness so you can let me know when my sickness is rearing its ugly head.
Yeah.
Not that when I feel insecure, you're supposed to back off because I feel insecure. I feel doubtful. I feel like you're about to leave. So back off of me with this conversation. Stop talking to me about this conversation because it's making me feel vulnerable. That's actually the opposite of the mindset we're supposed to take. If I feel weak and vulnerable, the person I'm counseling should be telling me, hey, this is a sickness and a weakness in you. This is how you clip this weakness out of your life. This is how you attack this thinking. You're supposed to have allies in attacking the vulnerabilities. So your path can be made what? Plain. So you can eventually do what? Bear rule over your spirit. Bear rule over your mind. This is why David said, let the righteous smite me. It should be a what?
Kindness.
Because they're attacking these deficiencies in me. Follow on, get your hand up.
Now, you gave me more clarity as you kept explaining. I was going to say to get answers, but that is part of the letting it be known so they can better understand.
Because how many times the scripture said that it said that the slothful are in a deep what? The slothful don't have the answer to their problems. They're completely disconnected on the proper strategies it takes to actually fight what's inside of them. So if they're completely detached on how to fight their battle, you need somebody to give you advice on how to fight in the arenas where you're sleeping. You're sleeping in the arenas where the thorns are at the highest. The hedges and thorns are at the highest. That's where you need the advice at. But you can't see the advice because you're clouded by your slothfulness and your fear. Does that make sense?
They're not even in reality.
I know. They're in a delusion.
They're in fantasy land.
And you need somebody to pop that bubble. But you got to confess that this bubble is real, but you're confessing it. I keep saying this part. People confess their faults so that people can back away from these irritating issues. Am I right or wrong? You say what I'm afraid of. You say what makes me uncomfortable so that you won't push that button. And you won't make me feel this weakness. But you got to keep attacking it until it's not a problem anymore. Am I right or wrong? You're saying this is the weak spot. Listen, why, if I got a bum right knee right now, why would I ice my foot? Why would I ice my left toe? My left pinky toe? Why would I do that? Does that make any damn sense? But that's what people say in counsel. I have trust issues, but I don't want you dealing with any healing on this trust issues. I want to read about color and salvation. I don't want to deal with my insecurities and fears. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. That you're harming me when you talk about that.
Yo, you're making me go to a place that I don't want to bring back up.
But you got to. You got to go there before you can move forward.
I say, can we just leave it at just the trust? We don't need to go into detail.
We're just playing Jew, and we're playing cosplay like 80% of the Jews. I'm going to use your percentage. 80% of the Jews want to play cosplay. They want to swore the Jews. They sit back here and put chainmail on their bodies.
They're wearing head wraps and
head wraps. I put fringes and strings on their body out. But why don't you do the actual work and actually change? Anyway, so read verse 24 again.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 24.
Now this verse is dealing with slothfulness on a management level, economically, and spiritually. Read it from the top again.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule.
So the diligent-minded person in work will actually manage and get higher positions. And the person that's diligent to working on themselves will be able to manage and master themselves.
There you go.
Read on.
But the slothful shall be under tribute.
The slothful are either under tribute to their financial masters, or the slothfully minded person is under tribute to their fears and their insecurities and their fear of loss, their fear of giving up control, their fear of trusting.
They're in debt to their past.
I know. Listen, people, they make their whole existence about what happened to them in the 90s or in the early 2000s.
You're in debt to the 90s.
And people are just stuck in this time warp. You ever talk to people? They're like, you'll counsel somebody, they're just stuck in high school, junior year. All these things happen to me in junior. Like, damn, you're 27, 28. You're still in high school, my nigga? What's going on? What are you doing? Why are you still in junior year?
He has like the football like jersey on. Like
Is Poke High scored 4 touchdowns in a single game? Is either Poke High you're focused on your glory in high school, or you're focused on what you went through in high school?
It says Letterman jacket on that. Walking around Letterman jacket on.
Listen, how about, listen, some people might have had a great time in high school. I didn't have a great time in high school. Why am I going to focus on that? There's a lot more life to live than high school. Well, people are in time warps. I went through this relationship, it was just so harmful, it hurt my spirit. Like, damn, there's more life to live. Why are we constantly ruminating on what happened 10 years ago? Why? It's either that, or we ruminate on our 10 to 15 years in the truth and ruminate on all the bad and nothing good. Mm-hmm. Either we're in high school. My daughter showed me this high school show. It's hilarious, man. They always watch these little high school shows, and it's the same thing. It's the cool guy, it's the outcast,
the cheerleader.
The cheerleader. Then it's the goth chick, and it's the goth groups. My point is this: either you're caught in that time warp, or you can't get past dealing with sick individuals in a sick hospital. What do you think this is? This is General Hospital Life. The truth is General Hospital Life. Why don't we understand this? Dealing in the truth is a 10-year episode of General Hospital Life or Scrubs, whatever show you want to tap into. It's a 15 years of being around sick people.
Or
I just want to finish this part. It's 10, 15 years of being around sick people. What happens in a hospital? You work with what? Sick people. Oh, listen, it's General Hospital or it's Arkham Asylum. However you want to explain it, sometimes it's Arkham.
That's more realistic.
You got the Scarecrow out. You got Joker in there. You got Penguin in there out. You got Mr. Freeze. They're all in there. You got them all out there. Right? You got Bane. You get Bane on the ground out because he's super strong out. You just can't give him his serum. You got all these super criminals in here out trying to get out. Whether it's that or a regular hospital, what are you going to experience in asylums or hospitals? Sick people. And what happens? We're astounded that we get residual sickness from sick people. That's the insanity, that we trip because we're around other people with insecurities and fears and doubts. What do you think this was supposed to do? Dealing with other people's insecurities and fears and doubts is how you build your spirit up. That's what this was supposed to be. Anyway, I'm sorry, I cut you off a couple. I just wanted to finish the point, and then you go on your point.
Good point. I'm just saying that another element of it, one element is living in 1951 or the past. One element is getting stuck in a time period, which I get that. And another element is the imagination of things to come.
Yes.
And that paralyzes.
That's facts.
Because we don't
we'll
always,
be Nostradamus out here, right?
we don't always explain it, but the imagination of things to come, fear is fear of what? The unknown.
Yeah.
So if fear normally is connected to the unknown or associated with the unknown, what is the most unknown? The future.
Yeah.
So what people do is they create these future-esque tragedies, future-esque scenarios. They're like these.
You're still under tribute to that. Because now you're a servant and you're a slave and you can't move forward because you're afraid if you do this, what's going to happen later?
They're like bad weathermen. You cut on the Weather Channel. They're like, listen, it's gonna get real cold. It's gonna be a cold front coming in. Get your plants ready. Give it. So people hear the weatherman talk, and you know what? We go ahead and get these plants together, get everything right. We look up. It's another sunny day outside. The Most High didn't make it. That was not the determining factor.
Mm-hmm.
Can I live my life and trust that if I follow the scriptures and I apply myself to counsel, the Most High will work my life out?
You know how many times people are like, they're just afraid to even just engage in a relationship? Because they're afraid it's not going to work out. People do that all the time. I'm afraid to try. Because what happens if it doesn't work out? But people do the same. I'm afraid to be a brother.
Yep.
Because if I extend myself and I'm a brother, what if he lets me down? Same thing with sisters. Why try to be a sister if I'm going to be taken advantage of it and it doesn't work out?
Yep.
It's the same. You can't operate and live and serve the Most High in that space, being this conservative person. What do you think could have been what was in this guy Demetrius' head? Why go out there? Why be let down? Everything in life is a letdown. Everything is a letdown. Why do anything? Why live life at all? Why live a life that I'm afraid of the negative repercussions of anything that I do? Yes, sis, you had a hand up.
I was going to say, it shouldn't be in reverse. It sounds like we should be in the different. There's a new mindset that's like, okay, this year I'm going for 1,000 rejections. Because the 1,001 rejection may actually be the time that I win. It's like it's a different mentality of saying, okay, stop being afraid to get the no's and the rejections now. So in the spirit, are you saying we should be like, okay, I'm going to keep going in this marriage. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to try differently. Not that you're doing 1,000 rejections the same way, but I'm going to keep going because that 1,001 time may be the time it changes for the better.
That's called hope.
So that's a new thing that's being pushed out. It's a trending thing now where it's the reverse of go try. That's okay. Rejection is fine.
The trending thing is with who?
It's like a trend now.
In the world or something like that? Because we teach trending, we teach this for 10 years. I just want to make sure it was a trending thing.
I'm just seeing that because you're describing now, and I have shared in myself, like I try, it's just going to fail. Whereas so now I'm seeing more trend, like it's just in general, just here, not just here. It's like the saying, okay, 1,000, you're going to get 40 no's, but wouldn't you be more motivated if you know that 41 would be the yes, so you'd be ready to get the no's out of it. Those first 40 no's, you'd be ready to go ahead and deal with whatever the discomfort is.
I wouldn't even do it that way. You know what I would do? Because that only gets you back in the game. It gets you back trying again. So if it's about trying again, that works. But if you're still going and looking for that 1,001 time before you get what you want, you see what I'm saying? It's going to try you again. You'll try again to get what you want. But the answer is about just appreciating what you got. The answer is about appreciation. If you don't appreciate what you got, why would there even be the possibility for more? And that's the thinking. Yes, the 1,001, 1,041, it might be better, but if you don't appreciate what's in front of you, why do we always want more when we can't appreciate the little we got? Because we listen, it's still something. It might not be what we want, but it's still more than what we had 2 weeks ago. Right? And still, can I appreciate what the Most High has given me versus sitting back here and having a goal for what's next? That's our sickness. Yeah, I got this now, but what's the next thing that I'm going to get to?
Or we tell ourselves, if I'm going to stick my neck back out in the world and be vulnerable again, it better be right. This person better be perfect. This person better be the one. Because I'm not.
But somebody got to put up with your baggage times 30.
Right, but somebody will say,
crazy. People are tripping.
This better be the one, because look at all these sacrifices that I really didn't feel like doing. I really didn't feel like being vulnerable again, trusted again. So this better be right. We tell ourselves we expect perfection, and it ain't. It's not going to be perfect. Yes, sir.
I would say, wouldn't that be similar with like the gambler? Person that continues going out and gambling, instead of being satisfied with what you got, you're always trying to still hey, the next time I play, I can win.
Yeah.
Next time I play, I can win.
If you made $200, go get your ass home, man. Shut it down, man.
Yeah,
You got to make 5 though.
right. Because the next one might be that 10 million.
Yeah.
I'm set for life.
We always want more. And all I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with hoping for the good. I don't want to trivialize that or knock that. But it's better to appreciate what you have. And whatever happens down the line happens. There has to be an element of staying in the moment. This is why in Matthew 6 talks about, I think 6 and 33.
34.
33, 34, yeah. Let's see.
Sufficient to the
Yeah. Read 33 and 34. Matthew 6, verse 33 and 34.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 33. But seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness.
So first of all, what should we be looking towards? What are we doing all this for? Are we doing this just to get married and be happy in our marriage? No. We're not doing this for a woman. We're not supposed to be doing it for a woman in the first place. That's half the reason why you don't got one. You're supposed to be doing everything you do for the Most High. Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High. Read on.
And his righteousness.
And it's about pleasing him the way he wants to be pleased. Read on.
And all these things shall be added unto you.
And Most High will sit back here. If he is the priority, he will give you everything else that you need. The question, that's why I said need, not want. How good are we at determining our needs and our wants? I think we're pretty bad at that. We are pretty bad at determining what's a need and what's a want. Because Christ is never out of season in giving us what he needs, what we need. But he might not give you what you want. So if you seek him first, read that verse again, verse 33.
Verse 33. But seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High.
Now listen, first of all, you got to seek first the kingdom. The kingdom is in what? And it's in yourself. And to be specific, the kingdom is in the people. Mm-hmm. Right? So you seek the kingdom based on being a better sister and a brother to your nation. Read on.
And his righteousness.
Mm-hmm. And so you seek being a better brother and sister in the work and living right towards pleasing the Most High. Read on. And then all things will be added unto you. The Most High will give you everything you need because your priority is on him and your nation. Read on.
Take therefore no thought for the morrow.
So because the problem is this is the thinking that Dahlia was talking about. We are so hyper fixated on what I might be losing because I'm doing good to somebody. The thinking is, if I do this good to my husband, who's going to take care of me on the back end? If I do good to this sister, and I blindly sacrifice and teach and develop the sister, who's going to take care of me on the back end when she flips? Or if she flips? What's going to happen if I'm good to this husband and I give him everything he wants? How am I going to get taken care of? What happens if he flips on me? This is what he means by taking no thought about your life. Read that verse again.
Verse 34. Take therefore no thought for the morrow.
You can't control what happens to the brother that you put hours of counsel into. How many times sisters have counseled young children and put time into young children? Can you control what they do for you? Hell, can you control the hours of time you invest into your children? Is it guaranteed they're going to lock in and serve the Most High? And can you sit back and say, I ain't gonna sit back here and work develop my child because I don't know if he's going to sit back here and cut me off or not. Do you think that way? Well, I hope y'all don't think that way. You're supposed to sit back and invest into your child because it's the right thing to do. Didn't the Most High say in 1 Corinthians 10 and 24 that we're supposed to seek the wealth of others?
Yeah.
Hold this and read that real quick. 1 Corinthians 10 and 24.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 24. Let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth.
Our job is to sit back here and make sure our energy and focus is on developing the next brother. Sisters' focus should be on investing and being a better sister towards other sisters. We're not supposed to be focused on what I'm not getting out the deal. The relationship the Most High is trying to nurture with us, whether it's sister to sister, brother to brother, husband to wife, wife to husband, let me focus my mind on developing or loving the person the Most High put in front of me, and let the Most High sort out my compensation. Do we live like that? Do we think like that? No, we don't. And this is why the Spirit of Christ is not in us. Because we're supposed to only be focused. Read it again, 1 Corinthians 10 and 24.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 24. Let no man seek his own.
What does that mean? Why am I focused on me when my mind should be focused on developing and working with the person that's next to me? And for your young people, this is why we teach you guys and teach people, give to the godly man. You can't live this life and play by these sets of rules in the world, because they're not going to be reciprocated to you. At least in this realm, there's a greater form of protection, or a greater chance of protection living this way amongst Israel than out there not with Israel. So read verse 24 again.
Verse 24. Let no man seek his own.
It's not about favor for a favor. I give you something so I can get taken care of. Or I give you something with the intent of me getting something back in the first place. You can't think that way. You have to think service. This person needs to get taught. This person, if it's a man, my job is to teach and counsel the spirit. My job is to sit back here and help at least clarify the type of thorns that they have to clear out on their own. And let me walk them through how to clarify or how to hedge or cut these thorns. This is another thing a lot of times women don't understand about the marriage dynamic. Can a man physically help you fight what's inside of you? He cannot do that. There's this thought that he can actually change what's inside of you. He can't. His job is to set a path and clearly teach you how to look at your battle and give you the components you need to fight what's inside of you. That's all he can do. If you expect him to be more than that, then you're the one setting expectations that are not realistic.
When I saw something, one of the things I want to share is when you look at the definition of husband, his job is just to preserve you.
Mm-hmm.
So everything we talked about that opposite, the husband is bringing out the stuff that's needed that you need to preserve for your first person why he chose you as a daughter.
Yep.
It's about letting go of the expectations. When he says he's about women, a man is not going to understand how you feel and how you process it. You're like, how are you not over this already? It's like,
Yeah.
you're over this. No, that's for women, you don't understand. But this is how you should be living. This is how role as one of their job is just simply to preserve it. It's a study to show yourself approved. So you go back in, so you talk about you confess where you're at. And that's where the great it's one to be opposite, because it's set in us to be rebellious. So with anybody, whether it's a man, a sister, brother, they want to bring out the thing you don't want to do anyways.
And while you're being shown how to work on you, your job is to sit back here and give and focus your wealth and your resources to serving the people around you. That's what we were created to do. If our focus and mind is on working and developing other people, the trust is that the Most High will take care of everything else. But this goes back into that fatalistic thinking we have. In our mind, why would I give all this if I'm not going to get anything back? Or if I give at this level the way they're expecting, am I going to get screwed over on the back end? Isn't that how we think? Am I going to get forgotten about after all this good I've done? That is a faith thing, because that is what you're supposed to put in the hands of the Most High. And 1 Corinthians 24 explains that. Read that again.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 24. Let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth.
Listen, you're supposed to focus on the wealth of another. Now, if you're a sister and you're married, you're supposed to focus on the wealth of your husband and your children and your family. And then sisters after that. And a husband is supposed to sit back here and focus on the wealth of his students and his family. And if a husband focuses on the wealth of his family and his children, the Most High will send him what he needs. This is the faithful exchange we're supposed to live our lives by. I can't be focused on what I'm not getting. I have to trust that if I am the best servant I can be, the Most High will send me the components I need that I might not be getting in my life. But that's the same concept sisters have to live their life by. It's faith. The only way to control that anxiety and that fear of the future is faith. Is that all of verse 24?
Count.
So now let's go back to Matthew 6 and 34 now.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 34. Take therefore no thought for the morrow.
Why am I focusing on if I'm going to get taken care of down the line? The funny thing is, the only thing that ensures I get taken care of down the line is what? What ensures that I get taken care of down the line? My service towards people in front of me now. My service towards the people who need me. And the proper distribution of my wealth and the resources I bring to the table is how I assure that the Most High will take care of me down the line. What does that explanation mean? The explanation means that as much as the Most High loves us, He's going to always hang that feeling of pressure over our heads. That's something a lot of our people don't like dealing with, is pressure. Is that you're gonna get your daily bread if you hold your end of the bargain. A lot of times people don't like that reality in their face. People want to sit back here and get their daily bread, but ebb and flow how much they feel like giving a shit about you. And then say, oh, well, what if I decide not to give my spirit? Oh, you're going to stop giving your spirit? Well, why would you even consider not giving 100% of your spirit every day? It's the same reason why men think the same way. Men want to coast and not give 100% every day, but expect maximum blessings every day. Don't they do that?
It's not real. It happens every day.
Brothers sit back here and fight for a period of time, then they slow down. They fight, then they slow down. Then they get mad when the Most High slows down their blessings. He slows down their check. But he keeps racking up bills. You're like, this is bull, this is BS, this is BS. Well, are you giving everything you got? No. Well, then why are you mad that you're gaining, you're earning what you put in? And do you think marriage is any different? I'm going to give minimal effort, but if my husband doesn't give me maximum return, this ain't fair. Then I'm going to sit back and tell myself, why do this? Because I know I'm going to give half-assed on the line. And if I give half-assed, somebody might not sit back and reciprocate the love that they once gave me. Isn't that kind of insanity? The thinking that I can give a little bit less but then receive the same, and I'm offended that there's a problem because I give less, and there's no reaction and scenarios as consequence to it? Or, instead of thinking about if I give less, I'm going to be abandoned, well, I'll just focus on every day giving the best I can for the Lord. Why is the other option even an option if I can control my good works? Why don't I learn to control my good works? And if I control my good works, that assures me that the Most High is going to do what? Defend me. If you do right every day, then you're assured that the Most High's defense and will back you. Why isn't that enough? Why can't we find peace in that? If I give everything I can, the Most High will look after me. That's what we have to live by. Is that not? Am I right now?
Every day.
If I'm not fighting my battle, then prepare some hell to happen. But if I give everything I got, the Most High will protect me. That goes the same thing for y'all sisters in marriage. If you give everything you got, why would there be any need for the Most High to sit back here and make your life worse? But if you're not giving everything you got, then things might change. That's in life. If you give less effort at the job, you don't get promotions.
No.
If you give less effort at the job, there's a chance you'll lose your job. Aren't there expectations and numbers you got to hit at the job? A certain level of output you got to put to the table in order to keep your job. And then there's a certain effort you got to put to get a raise. But in marriage, if you don't put the necessary work in to keep your marriage going, why would the marriage work? And I'm supposed to get a guarantee that I can give half-ass effort and get maximum response in my marriage? Does that even make sense? Is that even logical? It's not. So the focus is to sit back here. Let me focus on being the strongest version of myself as possible so that I know the Most High will look after me. I still can't guarantee other people looking after me, but I can guarantee the Most High will look after me. And that's all we can control. Read verse 34.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 34. Take therefore no thought for the morrow, for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself.
So what the Most High is saying is stop focus on the future. The future is a whole other beast animal that I will deal with, or that we will deal with when we get there. Let's just stay in the now, because in the now I can control my conduct. So if I can control my conduct now, I have a greater chance of sustaining down the line and being prepared to get blessed down the line for my works now. Read on.
Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof.
What he's saying is, listen, there's enough battles in you to fight now. There's enough hedges and thorns to cut out of your life now. There's enough negative thoughts to wrestle with now. Now you got negative thoughts in the past, present, and future, right? Like the Christmas Carol, right? That Christmas movie, right? I'm the ghost of past, present, and future. You got all this time to wrestle with all those thoughts out. You got to wrestle with your past, your present, and what might happen because I still hold on to these negative thoughts in the past and the present. You want to say something?
No, go ahead.
We operate with a lot of insanity and a lot of sickness. And the sickness is based upon the retention of thoughts, the retention of negative, without understanding the way to neutralize these negative thoughts is to realize, hey, let me focus my wealth and energy on the body and not about me. And if I do that, it ensures that the Most High takes care of me. Did we finish that math, 2 Corinthians 10 and 24, or was there more to it?
1 Corinthians?
Yeah, the 1 Corinthians 10 and 24, or was there more to it?
No, we didn't finish it.
Okay, so let that go. Let both of those verses go. And let's go back to Proverbs 12 and 24.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 24.
Yep.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule,
Mm-hmm.
but the slothful shall be under tribute.
So he's just telling you, if we are diligent to attack our thoughts, we'll be able to bear rule over our thoughts. Yeah, have you ever told yourself, man, I can't control my thoughts. My thoughts are just rolling. My thoughts are just controlling. They're just taking over. What is the best way to control your thoughts? Because I think we look at it the wrong way. It's like your thoughts become uncontrollable because you're not daily maintaining your thoughts. Mm-hmm. A lot of times it gets uncontrollable because you let it flow too long, unchecked. You let your thoughts flow unchecked for too long of a space. Then you want to take it serious, and then you can control it when there's been this fluctuation of thoughts for extended periods of time. You have to be able to attack those thoughts on a consistent basis so that you can manage it when times are stressed out. This is why for sisters and brothers it's important to study on a consistent basis. Because if you're not consistently studying or meditating, then your thoughts will run a course and control the dynamic. But if you're constantly attacking your thoughts and are constantly choosing not to feed one way of thought thinking with another, you can manage it better. And this is how you can actually bear rule over your mind. Because that should be the goal for each and every one of us, is that the spiritual man has to bear rule over that old man. Continue. No, we're going to let that verse go. And then we're going to do Proverbs 27, verse 23 and 24.
Is it safe to say we still will have thoughts? The thoughts will still come as what we do with the thoughts.
The thoughts are going to come, but do we feed the thoughts? Negative thoughts are going to always pop in your head. But how much do you hang out with them? How many times you take them out to the movies with you? Take them out to the park with you? That's the problem. Yes, sis?
Would attacking our thoughts help us gain the mind of our others and this is one of my things by trying to get rid of our own internal thoughts?
Nope.
Would it be easier
Nope.
to
The way you do it, I'm going to tell you, I kind of get where you're going. The way you do it is a combination of things. People think it's just, you sit here like, negative thoughts, leave. It's not just that. You got to think about verses. You have to sit back here, and I'm going to tell you this is what people don't like. Your life has to be an open book. And you have to be able to sit back here and talk about your problems with enough sisters so that they can help you get leverage over your thoughts. Because the thing is, it's not, you can't just say, I have a negative thought. And you go off, see, I communicated. I communicated that I had a negative thought. Is that going to work? Or you have to sit back here and talk about your negative thoughts in season, talk about your negative thoughts out of season. Because you got to be able to sit back and let people know when you're good, when you're devolving, when your outlook is crappy, when you're in the dumps.
So people know your cycle.
You have people. That's the point. That's what people don't want to show.
Yeah.
People don't want to show that ugly cycle.
Yeah.
The cycle when you start tripping.
Yeah.
The cycle when you're about to hit rock bottom. Then you hit rock bottom. Then you get yourself together. Then you start diminishing again. You got to let people know the whole process.
Or you'll be a mystery and no one will understand you. And then you'll hate the people because they don't understand you. It's always that. It always leads to hatred. The end of these processes are always hatred.
Because
I hate you because you understand me. I counseled you for 15 years, 10 years, 5 years, 10 hours, 15 hours, 5 hours, however long it takes. If you don't do your side of the deal, your end of the deal, by being that consistent source of downloading, to let over time the counsels be clear. Everything we're telling
because in order to overcome something inside of you, you have to talk about it enough to where you take it serious, the people around you take it serious, the people can, like we were all saying, people got to be able to see you devolving. You have to be able to let people in enough into your life for them to see you breaking down and check you on it yourself. But the problem is, we're more concerned with having girlfriends than having sisters. Because the scripture says a brother is made for what?
adversity.
So what is a sister made for?
Same thing.
But in order for a sister to be made for adversity, she has to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. Which means the person that's confessing can't be so concerned with their image that they don't let somebody in. And then the sister can't be judgmental and has to be able to sit back here and walk you through how to fix you. So it's not just a call. It is, and it's not just a poised call. You have to be able to let a person really see the real you. Just like brothers got to sit back here and let another brother see the real them.
But it's what Israelites do. Israelites say, well, I can't counsel with this person, so I stop the process.
because I feel judged. Well, you're supposed to feel judged because your action is filthy. Your action is filthy. And because somebody said, you're tripping, sis. Oh, I can't talk with that sister. She's not sister. There's no kindness.
You don't understand.
She don't, bro, you got to be with the person that can sit back and call it like it is and call you out for your crap. But nobody likes that feeling that I got to be around somebody that calls me out for my crap. That's the worst feeling in the world. And the world doesn't teach you that that's how sisters are supposed to operate with each other. But that is exactly what has to happen. It's that on top of studying, counseling with your husband, communicating on massive levels. It's not just reading on your, because I've seen a lot of people, they'll just read on their own and hold their negative inside of them. Or people will sit back and talk all damn day long, but never study.
Yeah.
Never do the self-work.
Neither work. I've seen brothers study 4 hours a day.
Yep.
3 to 4
And
hours
still
a day.
be negative.
Consistently.
Yep.
And be negative as hell.
Yep.
Then I've seen brothers talk.
Counsel, I'm venting, dog. And then all of a sudden the venting, you are addicted to just venting. Because you're supposed to vent and then fix you. You're supposed to vent, get strategies, talk about your problem, have other eyes out looking at your flaws while you're studying and working on you. You have to do both if you want to be effective.
Because when you put a key in the door opens up when you have multiple ridges. It's not just one key goes in the door and one little ridge turns the lock. A lock has multiple tumblers.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to have multiple pillars attacking the same, multiple components attacking the problem. It's communication, personal studying, proactivity. It's multiple elements to you getting healed. When people are giving you herbs, they don't just give you St. John's wort. They give you St. John's wort, lemon balm, mint, ginger. Because different herbs have different components. The ginger's to push the transport, the lemon balm's for the calming, the mint is for getting rid of mucus, and then the St. John's wort deals with the emotional element in the person's brain. So you have a combination, and in combination, it works. If you follow the instructions. You take this combination for this period of time, in this cycle, and you get your healing. But if you just do ginger for 10 years, it's not going to work. If you just do mint for 10 years, it's not going to work. It's the combination of what elements do you need to get your spirit to be on top of your spirit. And do you follow the proper instructions for a period of time? Or do you put that key in the door and all the different ridges of that key hit the proper tumbler and then you put the effort in to turn the lock? You still have to put some effort into it. You still have to not be slothful and do the work and twist the key. You have the key, do you use it? You have the herbs, do you use it? Do you follow the instructions that you were given? Are we applying ourselves to the process, or are we just living class to class, emotion to emotion, high to high, feeling to feeling, counsel to counsel? That's fighting blindly. That's approaching a situation. That's fighting with your eyes closed and just swinging. You might be in a fighting spirit, but a true battle is about being strategic and being tactical and hitting the right elements and the right points at the right times. My corner is telling me I need to make sure I keep my guard up. So I'm going to keep my guard up. My corner is also telling me at the same time I need to use my jab. So I have to follow both instructions at the same time, and not to get knocked out.
And I got to use everything I've learned that's worked to get me to this point.
Yeah.
I got to use my what's worked in my practice sessions, my game plan. Let me stick to my game plan on top of my trainers and my cutmen. All that, you have to put it all together. So I don't want to neutralize the need to actually study. And the counselor's job is to help give you a template and a pathway to focus on, a mindset to tap into. But you have to study to believe that mindset.
There you go.
We'll have classes about a certain way of looking at things. Mm-hmm. The way you're supposed to follow is to study to believe these spiritual principles are true. That's what you're supposed to study on. Let me study to prove that a pure outlook is the right way to do things. Let me study to prove that seeing the good in my battle is what I'm supposed to give my mind to. Let me study to prove that's right. It's not about man pleasing. You're supposed to sit back here and mimic spiritual principles that you know you need. So that makes sense, sis? It's not just the call. It's not just the confession. It's the proactivity behind it. It's the openness and the humility to sit back and let people know what's really inside of you. Or the humility to let a person tell you that what you're bringing to the table is not enough. You have to be able to take scrutiny, open up yourself, and let people show you the right way to do things, and then take the correction, study, learn, read, and make the principles yours. Then you start growing.
And the spiritual maturity is how you get the healing. We have to be spiritually mature. The classes, the counsels, the studies, and the personal processes we go through are in combination a part of your spiritual maturity. And when you get the Most High a sacrifice based on your spiritual maturity, Most High opens the door to reward you with a better spirit, a better mind, a better relationship, a better household, a better health scenario, a better friendship with people, or a better position at a job. Because you made these multiple sacrifices, here goes your reward. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
If the kid goes to school on time and they pass math, science, and reading, and they get a good mark on their report card, you're going to buy them some cake and ice cream and maybe buy them some roller skates. If they say
skates,
well, roller skates matter. Roller skates matter, bro. They matter.
Roller skates matter?
I think it does. I still want some roller skates. I'm still like kind of feeling for roller skates. I'm going to ask man.
Those blade ones, those blade roller skates.
I don't want those.
What's wrong with the blade ones? Those are cool.
I
right?
want the 4 wheels out. And I want to get the little earphones and be like dancing and like, you know what I'm saying? I want to move like the sun hit my face. I get to skateboard a little bit. I get to be out there, let the wind blow and hit the birds out.
Wait, you want to go in the building, in the ring?
No, I want to be outdoors and do
That's
it.
hilarious.
The inside's cool too, as long as I have good music. But I want to feel the sun out. I want to feel the sun and let the wind blow. And I have no problems. Nobody's
That's a sad stick, I guess, man.
That's why I want to.
It's hilarious.
But it doesn't matter right now.
You want to feel the thing just...
Yeah. I want to be on Venice Beach too, right?
It's sunny. I love the sun. I'm sorry.
It would be nice. But
oh my God.
to get somewhere,
that's awesome. Man.
To get that reward, they have a multi-tier mission to pass. You have a multi-tier mission. How could we not see that when we get the Most Highest sacrifice, it's also a multi-tiered sacrifice? Not just confessing, studying and confessing. Okay, study, confess, and obey.
Yep.
Okay, study, confess, obey, and have faith.
And clip those hedges.
And clip those hedges. Don't you see that the older you get in the truth, or the more you progress spiritually, that the Most High adds one more tier in your formula to get your reward, and you don't get blessed until you conquer the next tier? That's what it is. If you're a movie person, 36 chambers, kung fu. If you're a kung fu person, the guy had to go through every chamber and master every chamber until he became a master. And once he went to the 36th chamber, he became the master. That's a metaphor for life. We only got to go through 36 chambers. We got like 4 chambers in Israel. Talk. Talk, study, grind, follow. And if you can
find joy in it.
And that's the 5th chamber.
That's
the 5th chamber.
The 5th chamber. Five finger palm death strike.
I have the power now.
Yes.
And now when the demons come, you can beat the demons. The demons are like, oh, this person actually followed the scriptures. I'm out of here. We don't want to fight the battle, but when you apply yourself to every tier you're supposed to apply, then you can fight your battles.
Yeah.
Then you can help others fight their battles because you have a grasp of the basic tiers you're responsible for. And he doesn't give you more than you can what?
Handle.
Everybody can talk. Everybody can study. Everybody can follow. Everybody can fight to see the purity and fight to see the joy in what they're going through. And everybody has the capacity to overcome their thorns if they want. But what we do, if we just say what we're going to do, we're not going to do. The buffet mentality in Israel is why Israel's stagnant. Israel's, I like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I'll do what he says, I'll do what that person says, I'll do a little bit of this. Israel wants to pick and choose, and that's why we're stagnant.
We're going to go to one more verse because it's getting late. And I think we've driven
Demetrius
this point down.
is stuck in that.
Listen, I'm telling you this. I
tower.
knew it. I said, man, we're not getting past Demetrius right now. I knew it. But it was necessary because a lot of people are slothful. A lot of people are slothful in business or slothful in their battles. So it was very important to kind of drive this theme that we're driving. So we're going to do Proverbs 22 and 29 is what I want to do.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse
We're going to
29.
leave it at this verse. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 29. Seest thou a man diligent in his business?
A man or a woman diligent in their business, financial business, spiritual business, the business of fighting their battles, the business of recognizing what they need to work on and actually working on it. If you see a person diligent, diligence is what? It's painstaking effort. Diligence, I'm just going to read it real quick. Diligence is steady in application to business, constant in effort or exertion to accomplish what is undertaken, attentive, industrious, not idle or negligent, applied to persons. So if you are not idle, you're consistent and you're industrious towards fighting and attacking your thoughts. A big thing is this. I don't think that men or women take their depression and their sadness like it's something that has to be destroyed and a thought that can be broken and a mindset that can be destroyed. You just have to make a decision that every day you're going to go through the painstaking commitment to attacking these negative thoughts that are contrary to you. Just because you feel something doesn't make it true. Just because you have strong feelings about something doesn't make it true. And you have to decide what thoughts and feelings you deem to be true or satanic. And what sisters and brothers don't understand is that depression, that negative, the negative sets of thoughts that keep riding on you, it is a choice to feed them. And we have to learn to have painstaking, committed effort to attacking those thoughts, to not fueling that despair, to not feeding that hopeless mindset that comes from thinking those thoughts. How hard are you prepared to work to attack those strong feelings that nobody cares? This person is going to leave me like the other person is going to leave me. How serious are you to attacking that? What's the benefit of doing the right thing? What's the benefit of serving the Most High? What's the benefit of putting yourself last? Good guys finish last. Whatever your motto that you hold on to, how hard are you prepared to attacking and destroying that motto that you've made famous in your head? And the only way to break it is to be painstaking in attacking it. For as many times, as many years as you fed that thought, you have to triple and quadruple the thoughts, those thoughts that you've nurtured and fed and played with for so long. How serious are you committed to attacking that narrative that you have now attached yourself to? I'm going to say it again. What are you without being the crash out? Who are you without being the emo girl? Who are you without the one that's tripping?
Or being the master of running.
Or the running woman. There's a running man, woman, it's the running woman. Their hair like this. Listen.
Yeah.
When are you going to sit back here and make a decision and not be that person?
Come.
And not be defined by that MO, that mode of operation. And when you make a decision to stop being that person who runs, maybe you can be who you were created to be. A true servant of the Most High. A true child of the Heavenly Father. Because right now, you're just being a child in the spirit, running from your battle. When are you going to sit back and fulfill your true potential as an Israelite brother or sister? That's what the Most High is waiting for. Continue in that verse.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 29. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? he shall be before kings.
The King of Kings, Lord of Lords. If you're diligent in fighting your battle, diligent in attacking your thoughts and your fears and your insecurity, you will be amongst other kings. You'll be able to make it towards Christ. If you make a decision to fight you and break you. Read on.
He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men.
So the people who don't fight their battles, they stand before below average people. And you're very mediocre. And you'll be around other mediocre people. The question is, what do you want to do? You want to sit back here and be a mediocre person who keeps quitting and not fighting their battles? You want to be one of those 2/3 Israelites that come back in the back end? Do the 1/3 children? Or do you want to sit back here and be that 1/3 Israelite who showed that their conduct and their fight was worthy of being rewarded at the kingdom? Do you think the mean man's going to get the kingdom? This has nothing to do with money. The mean man, the mean mindset is the average / below average mindset of quitting and running from your battles all the time. Do you want the Most High to sit back here and see you as the quitter, or the person who's diligent in fighting themselves, who has made a decision that serving the Most High and thinking spiritually is the way I want to be? Or are you going to be bullied and pushed and a servant and a slave to your fears and insecurities? Which one do you want to be? Because the people that are slaves to their fears and insecurities, they're the ones the Most High calls. You're going to be with those mean people. Mean is not meanings, average. It's the average or the below tier of our nation. The below tier of our nation are the ones who just don't fight them. Do you want to be the below tier of your nation that just gives in all the damn time to every impulse and feeling? Or do you want to sit back and be looked upon in the upper echelons of this realm because you fought your battle? And you were welcome in fighting your battle, and you accepted fighting your battle. What do you want to be? What do you want to be known for when it's all said and done? What do you want to be known for when it's all said and done? And what do you want to be known for now, while you got the time? With that, we're going to shut it down. Imagine, Wapunya, Yerat Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael out.
Send Michael out.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
People of Yasharala.
The people of Yasharala.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For we're in need.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Come on.
Come on.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nothing Lanawa.
Nothing Lanawa.
Atawara.
Atawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawah.
Ahawah.
Nothing Lanawa.
Nothing Lanawa.
A war. Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawah.
Ahawah.
Nothing Lanawa.
Nothing Lanawa.
Ha'ayom.
Ha'ayom.
Korah.
Lakorah.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawah.
Ahawah.
Nothing Lanawa.
Nothing Lanawa.
Shema.
Shema.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Ramashah.
Ramashah.
Yasharala.
Yasharala. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies.
Below thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies.
Below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shall not exalt.
But mine horn shall not exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I should be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire are mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire
Of the wicked.
of the wicked
That rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133.
Psalms 133.
Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamahawa.
Hamahawa.
Ladua.
Ladua.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawa.
Tawa.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachai.
Yachai.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Atawab.
Atawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'at.
Hara'at.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Malawathiwa.
Malawathiwa.
Kator.
Kator.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroria.
Aroria.
Zayawan.
Zayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayo.
Kayayo.
Ay. Halulam.
Halulam. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirt of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Y'all by Shem Yahushua. Yahweh. By Shem. Yahushua. Rakanel. Washralia. Rabiat. Support. Yahweh. By Shem. Yahushua. Rakanel. Washralia. Rabiat. Support. Yahweh. By Shem. Yahushua. Rakanel. Washralia. Support. Yahweh. By Shem. Yahushua. Rakanel. Washralia. Rabiat. Support. That's right. Rakatay Ho.
Rakatay Ho.
Rakatay Yahushua.
Rakatay Yahushua.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
Understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
By Shem.
By Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water.
The
Yad.
water.
Aman. It's a globe. Tawam? No.
Saluting Yahweh in heavenly order. Yahweh, why Yahushua, will call us Allah, and of Israel, a Muslim. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Kum Yashal.
Kwam Yashal.
Kum Yashal.
Kwam Yashal.
Kum Yashal.
Kwam Yashal.
The scissors.
Saluting Yahweh, the daughters of Zion, and of Israel, a Muslim. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Alatam by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, Matap. Dismissed. Fall out. Israel, make sure it's your right hand when you're saluting, not your left. Y'all take care, Israel. See y'all on Monday. To all of you listening and tuning in. Shalom.